in the school committee room. Can you hear us? We can see you, but we can't hear you. Can you hear us, Bella? You're muted. I don't know if that's it. Testing. Yeah. Let me just get these on it's the bottom. I have powered them down to try to save it. We're dead at the end. Hi, Bella. We're here in the school committee room. We haven't started yet, but just testing to see if you can hear us. Just testing to see if you can hear us with your connection. I see you on. Hi, Bella, just testing here from the school committee room. Can you hear us? You're muted and your camera's off. I don't know if you could change that.
Can you hear me?
Oh, great. We heard you. Thank you.
I'm on camera, Brookline.
Sometimes if Wi-Fi is low or if it's spotty, it can help to turn the camera off, just FYI. I know we want to see you, but if you're having trouble with
They
connection.
can't hear me. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear us?
Marilyn?
Bella, we can see you now. I was going to say maybe check your laptop speakers, be sure they're not muted. Of course, if you're not hearing me. She can. I did text her to say check her speaker.
Hello?
We can hear you, Bella. Can you hear us?
I can hear you on the phone, but I can't hear you on the screen.
I was going to say maybe check your laptop speakers. If sometimes they might be muted. But we can also hear you through the phone. If you're having trouble with Wi-Fi, sometimes it can be stronger to turn the camera off. We want to see you, but I was just going to say it might help.
Hi.
Hi, Mariah. Can you hear us?
Hi, Bella.
Oh, I can hear you.
Yes.
Mariah, can
I don't
you...
think we can hear them in the room yet, but I think they can probably maybe hear us.
Okay, so Mariah, you're not hearing me.
Can you hear, Mariah?
I'm just going to do 6 more minutes. Just wait.
Hi.
Mariah, can you hear us now?
Yes.
I can.
Okay, sorry about
Can
that.
you hear me? You can hear me okay.
All right, we're not starting yet. If we're ready, I'll do... All right, I'm going to do the countdown with Big. Morgan, we're going to count down to the start here in the school committee room in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Recording in progress.
Good evening and welcome to the March 4th, 2026 meeting of the Brookline School Committee. First up on our agenda is our consent agenda, 1A, Accounts Payable Report from February 27th, 2026. Is there a motion to approve? Suzanne moves. Is there a second?
I second.
Sarah,
Second.
okay. Donna, how do you vote?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Carolyn?
Yes.
Bob?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Do you have a superintendent's report, Bella, or do you just want to speak to the budget later?
I was going to defer to the budget later. Thank you.
Okay. Next up is public comment. Members of the public may provide public comment. We read all of our emails, so if you send us an email, rest assured that we are listening to that. Betsy Fitzpatrick is the person to whom you can email if you want to ever speak at our public comment. It's limited to 3 minutes, and Betsy will time that. We don't respond to public comment in the moment, so don't feel like we're not listening if we're not responding. It's just our policy not to respond to public comment. First on our list is Lindsay Anderson, followed by Gwen Kerr.
Thank you.
And then as soon as Betsy gets back, we'll let you start and she'll put the timer on.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, members of School Committee and Superintendent Wong. My name is Lindsay Anderson. I've been the librarian at Hayes for 5 years. I'm here in a position that I never imagined I'd have to be. I'm here to ask you to allow my son to return to his school next year. He entered kindergarten as a materials fee student at Runkle last fall with a 504 plan. Since then, additional diagnoses have led to an IEP. He has an exceptional teaching and support team, and right now he needs a one-to-one aide to access his education. I've been told that if he still requires that one-to-one support next year, he will not be allowed to return to Runkle because he's a materials fee student. He is 5 years old. The district has effectively placed a ticking clock over his head. Overcome challenging parts of your disabilities by first grade, or you've got to go, because you cost us money. If he were not a materials fee student, this would not even be a conversation. While the materials fee agreement does allow the district to deny services involving additional personnel, specialized technology, or special programs, in the past this policy has not been consistently enforced. To strictly enforce it now ignores the harm caused by that inconsistency, and it raises serious questions. If this policy is enforced this year, what happens next year in another budget crisis? Will all materials fee students with IEPs and 504s have to leave? What happens when a child develops a disability after years in the district? Disabilities do not align with budget cycles. They emerge and evolve. Are we prepared to say that once a staff member's currently enrolled child is too complex or too expensive, they have to go? If my son's forced to leave, I may need to resign from a job and a school that I love because of lack of access to before and after school care in my home district. All because Brookline has now chosen to enforce a policy that it previously applied inconsistently. From what we can determine, fewer than a handful of children will be affected by this policy. Removing these children will not solve our financial crisis, but it will send a message that Brookline is happy to accept our materials fee payments and educate our children as long as they're not too special. Grandfathering in currently enrolled children is not being considered. Juniors and seniors at the high school will be allowed to stay, but that same consideration will not be given to younger students. For comparison, Newton Public Schools allows staff children to attend at no cost with full access to special education services. Parenting a child with higher than typical needs is relentless and exhausting, but when our children need us, we rise to meet the occasion, and Brookline schools must do the same. There are very few of us affected. The financial benefit of limiting access to essential supports is negligible. The moral impact is not. Special education children are not the burden. Systems that fail to support them are. What does it say about our district's values if we're willing to leave behind the most vulnerable children of our own staff members? I understand that you face extraordinarily difficult financial decisions, and I do not envy the weight of your responsibility. But I'm not here to ask you a favor. I'm here to ask you to do the right thing. Thank you.
Next is Gwen Kerr.
Hello, my name is Gwen Kerr. I'm a Brookline resident, parent to a Hayes Rise student, and a 4th grade teacher at the Ruffin Ridley School on parental leave right now. I'm here to speak in support of materials fee students with special needs. It is my understanding from Lindsay Anderson that a few materials fee families have been informed their current students will not be allowed to participate in specific special education programs, including the RISE program. This is despite their IEP team's decision that these programs are necessary for them to access the general education curriculum. This concerns me deeply for many reasons, 3 of which I'd like to mention here. The first and foremost is equity. I would like to begin by quoting PSB's commitment to equity as part of its core values. Quote, "We are committed to eliminating barriers to educational achievement in our schools. To this end, we create policies and practices so that every student, regardless of race, ethnicity, nationality, religion, gender, gender identity, sexual orientation, disability, or socioeconomic status, experiences a safe and welcoming environment in our schools and receives the resources and support they need to take the fullest advantage of the opportunities a Brookline education offers." It seems to me that if equity is truly a core value of PSB, then it should apply for every student who enrolls in the public school system, regardless of how they first gained enrollment. My second concern regards the nature of changing student needs. How is a family to know in advance whether their students' needs between kindergarten and graduation may rise to a level that is monetarily unsupported by Brookline's materials fee program? My own daughter started in BEEP with an IEP at age 3, transitioned into the BEEP Rise program for 1 year, transitioned out again for her last year at BEEP, and has completed kindergarten and soon first grade back in the Rise program, with the possibility of exiting again this spring. Support needs change, and at the moment, a student needs a greater level of support. Does PSB truly want to cut them off from a school and district where they have felt at home, learned, and been supported, forcing them to make major school changes when they are most in need of stability? Do we really want to be the district that tells students with disabilities that they are too expensive? My final concern is that barring these few students from special education supports will not make or break the PSB budget. While I appreciate that small costs add up, I strongly believe that this is one cost that should be absorbed by PSB, as it is in keeping with our core values, supports our caring and dedicated staff members, and contributes to the diverse community that we in Brookline profess to cherish. Let's show our educators' kids the caring and concern that they show ours daily. I hope the school committee and Superintendent Wong agree and will work with the BEU to amend the materials fee agreement to equitably educate all admitted students now and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment. We're moving on to presentations and discussions. 4A, Brookline Recreation Department presentation on the transition of base.
Yes. Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for your time, especially with such a busy agenda. My name is Tim Davis, Recreation Director for the town of Brookline, and I'm joined here online by my team members, Aaron Friedman, our Assistant Recreation Director, as well as Meredith Force, our Recreation Leader, Rec Programmer for the Rec Department. I've asked to join tonight so that we can provide an update as it relates to the merger of Brookline Adult and Community Education, or BASE, as we all know it here, from the Public Schools of Brookline to the town of Brookline's Rec Department this past fiscal year. What I plan on doing here tonight is to run through a brief history of how we got to this moment, but more importantly, highlight the great successes that we are seeing with BASE and how the program has continued to rebuild and thrive in town. But before I get into it, I'd be remiss by first saying thank you. I think Aaron, Meredith, our entire department would agree that we believe a great deal of trust was put in the rec department to take over this program by this committee specifically, but also by our community to ensure that this program saw a way forward and that this legacy program continued. It's been a responsibility that we have taken very seriously, pouring all of our resources into making it successful. It's been a great challenge, I can say that, but one that we're thrilled to have taken on. Does this work? It does work. All right. So to begin, one thing I just want to point out is that Adult Ed and Brookline Rec have been lifelong partners. Through many years and many iterations of our department, BASE and Rec have operated as great partners, again, hand in hand with programming for our community while respecting each other's program focus. I believe I actually told this story before to this committee, but I feel like I need to reiterate it again. Over a decade ago, when I started my career in recreation, I first started with the town of Brookline as a programmer. And during that time, I was responsible for summer camps as well as other programs in town. And during that time, my experience with BASE hasn't changed. We were partners back then, as we are partners now. Aaron Friedman on this call tonight was a programmer prior to when I was a programmer here many, many years ago, and he himself worked with BASE through his programs, working hand in hand to complement each other with what we do at the Recreation Department. So I point that out because, again, this merger and this succession of BASE coming over to us just made sense in the end. But just again to run through and really to, I guess if anybody tuning in tonight has no idea why I'm standing here and has no idea why we're talking about this. Due to budget reductions, last fiscal year, BASE was unfortunately sunsetted through the school department. When we heard that, when Aaron and I heard that at our department, we quickly put up our hand in the form of an email to Mariah to express our interest in speaking with you all and seeing how there is a path forward for BASE to continue. As we know, BASE was a legacy program from the 1800s, and so the idea of seeing that go away was really hard for us. So we know that we had an opportunity and a commitment here to preserve and strengthen BASE through the Recreation Department. On a deeper level, when we evaluated and researched bringing BASE into the recreation side of the house and our family of programs, it really rounded out our goal that we always strive for of just full community enrichment. Brookline Rec is a home to an immense variety of programming opportunities that don't just span the traditional sports of a recreation department, but arts, education, and yes, further enrichment. Brookline Recreation begins its program cycle with toddlers and preschool-aged children through our education and childcare opportunities at the Sewell Early Ed Center. From there, programs extend through elementary out-of-school time activities, teen and adult offerings, and of course, our senior population. The addition of BASE coming into our offering really completes that life cycle of programming as we talk about it. The addition of BASE allows us to expand and celebrate our adult learners, something, again, that in many years and decades past, we've done in partnership with adult ed, but we respected the space of adult ed to really thrive in that space while we worked on ours. So again, bringing it in made sense and allowed us to continue what we became so familiar with. From a operational standpoint, the key to this success that I need to point out was the MOU with you all and with the schools, and an MOU of joint building use. As BASE was a school program for years and years, the success of the continuation of the program was in this agreement. So I'll say it once, I'll say it a million times. Thank you again for the openness of this conversation and this agreement. We are still obviously navigating, because we are only 6 to 7 months into this, still navigating the structure of these shared spaces and working closely with public school staff to resolve any issues as they come about, but the staff in general across the entire district has been welcoming and supportive as they understand what we're trying to do and the programs that we're trying to continue. Speaking of staff, I think this is where our next biggest success can be seen. As mentioned, Meredith is on the call tonight. Meredith was a school department employee and a past partner of the rec department. She was employed by the school department through Brookline Adult and Community Education. When the opportunity of BASE came up for our side of the house, we knew that we would need to bring on a new employee in-house, and Meredith was open and eager to see BASE continue with recreation due to her work that she has done for so long. Meredith has been really another key, if not the key, to success of this transition, bringing her institutional knowledge and leadership to our department to see this succeed. She's been tasked with taking a department that was once had 4 full-time employees and making it work with just herself, just with 1 full-timer. And in doing so, she's doing it flawlessly while also supporting Brookline Rec in the bigger picture through other programs. But part of the staffing plan as well that we want to point out, and I think is again worth highlighting, is that through this transition we've been able to retain all the part-time instructional staff where programs have returned that were originally employed by the school department. Instructors who have been with BASE for decades were able to retain their employment under our umbrella and continue with the programs and with their students that they've been working for months, for years, and for some for decades. And then financially, BASE has integrated into the department's cost recovery model and is on a path very quickly to become self-supporting. Brookline's budget, for those who don't know, is in its entirety is currently 87% self-sufficient, and it's done so through raising money through fees. These fees cover part-time and full-time staff with benefits, as well as all of our operational needs as it relates to programming. When we took on BASE, we knew we were taking on, somewhat of an unfunded liability, but we took it on with the hope of recovery through our practices within a 3-year plan. But we're happy to report that we are now approaching this to become a reality by the end of year 2. So the success that we're seeing through what Meredith is doing and the buy-in from the community is making this move quicker than expected, but in the best way. But even more important that we like to point out is BASE has integrated into the department's financial aid policies, ensuring that finances are not a barrier to participation, not only for the youth that we see across our core programs, but now adults. So any adult who needs financial aid or financial assistance for any programs that they see, they can come to us so we can ensure that they are met where they are to be successful. And then success really is in the numbers. As was the plan from the beginning, the reintroduction of BASE was intentional and methodical, focusing on core offerings and historically popular programs. A slow rollout, again, was intentional to ensure attention was given where needed. Since opening last fall, BASE has produced 36 multi-week programs for the public, and this is in addition to the new partnership and continued partnership of the schools around the Music Extension program. Music Extension, as I think we all know, allows Brookline school students to partake in one-on-one music lessons with trained musicians to improve their craft. A program that was traditionally run in partnership with BASE at the schools is now being run in partnership with us at Recreation. And this past season, the season that we're actually currently in, we've exceeded our registration expectations, and we now have over 200 public school students taking advantage of this program across the town after hours through Music Extension. And a huge thank you to Kenny Kozel for that. He's been an extraordinary partner, a friend of the department for years, but really open to, it's a hard change with a program like that that's been around for so long, but he's been just a great partner and a joy to work with. Speaking of registrations, to date, we've had over 560 registrations in BASE programs just in the fall of and winter. This is not including spring and summer that are currently open, where we're seeing the hundreds of registrations come in day by day. They continue to grow as we approach out of school time over the summer. And lastly, with much thanks again to the work of Meredith, the Theater Arts program that was run through BASE will be seeing its 22nd year. As we've been able to bring it back in partnership again with school operations and working with the group who manages the buildings over the summers. So for the 22nd year, we'll be able to offer our 6-week theater program for children in Brookline. But also, this program will continue to serve as a program extension to the school department's Project Discovery program. So anybody who's in the school department program for Project Discovery can come to us in the afternoon for theater, but also much widely in the rec department, as we've done for many years, for summer camp and child care options for the summer. Another thing that came across our desk that we always like to, mention, I guess, or just a small mention of something that came across our desk this last few weeks. We talk here tonight, and I talk here tonight about the successes that we've seen, but every now and then we're pleasantly surprised by recognition outside of town and outside of our organization. And we were informed that this year the Massachusetts Recreation and Parks Association has identified what Brookline Rec has been doing in its work preserving BASE, and Brookline Rec will be awarded the 2026 Regional Impact Award. Again, a direct recognition of the work that Meredith is doing and the department is doing and what the department has done to make this a reality. And this follows last year's, if I can just brag, because I always like to brag, follows last year's recognition where our department received the Agency of the Year Award for that equity initiative, for that financial aid program that, again, has brought in BASE into that policy to ensure that these programs and this programming that we're talking about is as accessible as possible. And then just lastly, positioning in the future. The work is far from done and continues to evolve on a weekly basis. As we continue to grow, we will remain focused on centralizing our customer first framework, hearing from our customers, hearing from the residents on their needs and their wants, and working on their experiences as we continue to refine and invest in our online presence, our marketing efforts, and the accessibility of our offerings across the town. Our next phase of cultural programs are set to roll out with mentions of such as theater arts, our walking tours in town, historical tours and historical classes about Brookline, and language arts, just to name a few. And we also remain focused again on maintaining a sustainable model of self-sufficiency for years to come to ensure that these programs continue in the future. And last but not least, saving the best for last, continued collaboration with you all, with the public schools of Brookline. With the operations team, being hand in hand with them on a weekly basis has been an incredible experience. We know what we're doing right now is not perfect, and we work with operations again weekly to ensure that any issues that come up or any questions that arise, either both sides of the house, are taken care of. But this continues to be a success through the open communication that the school department has offered us and the partnership that your staff has ensured to, again, make sure that there's success on both sides. So that's all I had presentation-wise. But again, Aaron is here, Meredith is here, I am here, and I'd like to, I guess, move it to questions if anybody has any. But again, a sincere thank you for the support over the last many months and seeing this through. And hopefully this is the first of many visits we have to you all to talk about the great work we're doing. But if you have any questions.
Thanks,
Fire
Tim. It's fantastic to hear that BASE has found such a welcoming home and a sustainable home. Questions from the committee? Sarah and then Mariah.
So thank you for that. I love the opportunity to collaborate with you. And I think that it was really especially sort of shown through your example of Project Discovery, that there can be some academic classes in the morning and then the kids are in camp with you after that. And the reason why it's so important to me that you highlight that collaboration is because we all know that kids can kind of shine in many different situations. And so if a kid is with you and feels that confidence and that success, that will absolutely help them when they're with us in the classroom. So I just, I really liked the examples that you gave, and I just am excited for further collaboration.
Thank you. Mariah?
Tim, Aaron, Meredith, I just want to say, first off, I'm so sorry I'm not there in person. We had car trouble at my house, and I'm coming right now. And I thought I would make it in time to see you in person, at least to one of you, but I might not. So I just want to comment now how thrilled I am to get this update of how well things are going. And as you say, like, you know, this isn't done. This is work that you're really working on. But to me, it's a tremendous example of, as you've said, collaboration, and preserving some of the things in Brookline that we really want to make sure the community has access to. And I'm just thrilled to hear how well it's going so far. And I'm also committed to making sure we can, to the best of my ability, get the last little bits of documentation together to make sure that we're that everything is in place for your continued success. So thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it. Oh, sorry, Carolyn.
That was great. Thank you for the update. I really appreciated that update because I've known that this happened, and it happened kind of quickly, and we were getting updates on it here, but all the legwork was being done not exactly in this room, and then it was like done, and it's just really great to hear how successful it's been. Congratulations. And by the same token, Mariah, are you still there?
She's driving in. She's probably in the elevator.
No, I'm here. I'm leaving my driveway. I'm
Okay.
like 5 minutes away. But yes, what about me?
I have to say, adjunct to what I just said, this happened last year during budget season. It was crazy. Mariah deserves a ton of credit, and I don't feel like I gave that to her at that time. Like you, and I feel like it probably came partly from you. You grew up here. So I saw that you had a real understanding of the importance of this program in Brookline, and then you like swooped in and you got it done. and that was great. And then all this, the budget, and it was crazy. So I just want to kind of go back and really acknowledge that you really took this and you got this done. And here we are, not even a year later, and it's working great. So I'm just really impressed and grateful for that and admiring of that.
Thank you. Bella?
Thank you.
Yep, Bella, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Tom, I'm sorry I'm not there personally to hear the report, and thank you to all of your team. I'm just really impressed. I think it's a great report, what you've been able to do to turn around and make it self-sustaining, because I think that's always the hope for programs like this. And I don't know, it's really great that you've been able to do it. And so hopefully we as the staff will be able to continue to support you in that endeavor to expand the program as you described. Any congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Tim, and to everybody who's worked on this. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your time.
Next on our very full agenda, we have the Office of Town Council presentation and discussion of campaign finance law requirements with respect to ballot questions. Is Jonathan online? Okay.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Hi, Jonathan. Floor is
Hi
yours.
there. Thank you. If someone could please put my slides up on the board.
Yep, Betsy's doing that for you right now. Yep, we're just swapping out slide decks, Jonathan. It's an old hand. It seems to just be stuck there.
Okay, great. Thank you. Are you able to see them?
We have copies, and I think it
Okay,
will be back
great.
up again. Yep.
Okay, super. So yes, so I'll just get in. I know you have a full agenda tonight. So as the chair said, this presentation is intended to inform the school committee as well as superintendent and her deputies and the principals, everyone sort of in policy making positions about the campaign finance laws, specifically how they result, how they affect or affect your need to affect your behavior in the event that there is an override on the upcoming ballot. Next slide, please. Okay, so my name is Jonathan Simpson. I'm the first assistant town council for the town of Brookline. I'm also proud to say I'm a PSB parent. I have a sophomore at the high school and twin sixth graders at Runkle. And I'm here because, as we all well know, the work you've done, it makes it self-evident. There will very likely be a question on the ballot in early May related to an override. And because of that, we need to take care how you all, as public employees, this includes elected officials as well as appointed officials and town employee, town staff, PSB staff, how you speak publicly about the potential override, as well as what, when, and how you can utilize public resources to either analyze the override, speak about the override, inform the public about the override, because and the chair asked me to appear today to sort of give you guys a heads up, even though, as you know, the override actually has not been put on any ballot yet. Much of what I'm saying today does still apply, particularly when it comes to the use of public resources. Even if the override is not on the ballot yet and you're utilizing public resources to influence voters in an upcoming election, it can still be found to be a campaign finance violation. Okay, next, excuse me one second. I'm gonna let my dog out.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Okay, so these are the sort of the big three takeaways from today. I'm going to jump right to the high points. Number one, avoid mass emails. This goes for everybody listening, committee members as well as principals, superintendent staff, head of school at BHS. Mass emails are generally not going to be allowed because by the definition they're unsolicited. You're utilizing the public resource of an email list that you've acquired because you have all the parent emails, and you should not be using that to email to send out an email about the election, about the override. Second big point, fundraising connected to the public schools is generally going to be prohibited. There are a whole lot of regulations related to fundraising more generally, and much of this may pertain to those of you who might be up for re-election in May. That is outside the scope of this presentation. Suffice to say that anytime there's a question of whether you're allowed to use PSB resources for fundraising, the answer is generally going to be no. There are fundraising guidelines to make sure you're being ethical outside of that, but you should refrain from using anything like the town PSB staff, PSB buildings, PSB letterhead, anything like that when you are fundraising. And finally, I've touched on this a couple times already, public resources cannot be used to influence voters. Public resources goes well beyond just public funds. Resources includes staff time. It also includes things like the email lists that I mentioned before, but it even includes things like the fact that you are the school committee, that office is the weight of that office is a public resource which you are not supposed to use to influence voters. Next slide, please. Taking these kind of one at a time, as I said, mass emails, don't do them. They should be avoided. It's just far, far, far too easy to violate campaign finance law when you send out a mass email related to the election. This, for those of you who don't know, in 2023, the last time we had an override on the ballot, the town was actually found to have violated campaign finance laws because the superintendent at that time, as well as the head of school at BHS and several of the principals, had sent out mass emails. This was not even, for the most part, not even anything out of the normal course. They put information about the ballot question in their sort of weekly email newsletter. That was found to be a campaign finance violation, even though, by and large, the information that was being disseminated was informational. It was not your classic, vote yes on two sort of thing, although some of it was. A lot of it was simply, if the override does not pass, this is what will happen. But even that informational email, because it was an unsolicited mass email to all the parents, or to all the parents of a particular school, that was found to be a campaign finance violation.
Jonathan, can I stop and ask a question?
Sure. Yeah,
So,
sure.
It's sort of on this informational piece. So to the extent we're asked by parent groups or other school communities to come and speak to them about the budget, a failed override, are you saying that if that occurs in a school building, that that's also improper? Or what are the guardrail? What are sort of the guardrails around that?
Sure. So there's a later slide about the use of public spaces. But to just jump ahead to the, if someone asked you to come and, you can certainly discuss the override. For example, here you're in town hall, and you're using public resources to do it. That's fine. If, for example, the yes on two committee asks you to come and speak to them, you can do that as well. If they're asking you to come to speak to them or asking you for information, that's fine. If they asked you to have an event for them in Lawrence School's cafeteria, that would potentially be an issue because you need to provide, but only if you didn't provide equal access to the other side. That would not necessarily mean you required that they attend or made them have an event, but you have to at least extend them the opportunity to hold an event there as well. How by and large, I would definitely encourage any parent groups out there, or any yes on to or no on to, or whatever groups out there, to avoid holding their events in town buildings, because you do run the risk of sort of crossing a line that might otherwise be obscured. I would recommend just having them somewhere outside of a school facility, so there's no question that you're using a public resource there. But to the original question, yes, if someone is asking you for information, you absolutely should feel empowered to speak on these issues, and this is regardless of whether you are an elected official or a superintendent, principal, something like that. As long as you have a policy-making role with respect to this, you can answer questions about it. You can do that even during, to the extent you're an employee, you can even do that during your working hours, as long as it's within your purview. But I will speak a little bit more on that a little bit later. But to finish on this slide, this is just basically no mass emails. We've learned our lesson. We're not going to send any mass emails. So next slide, please. So again, fundraising is not allowed. This is one of the reasons why you want to avoid having, for example, a campaign event like all of us on Yes on 2 are going to go to the school cafeteria and have the school committee chair talk to us. This is one of the big reasons why you want to avoid it, because you don't want to be implied that the fundraising that might well naturally occur at that meeting, we need to get some money together to send out our mailing. You can't do that in a school. That's prohibited. In addition, you cannot, if you're a public employee, you cannot be fundraising politically during your time at work. You can't be, if you're the superintendent, you can't be spending time during your work day raising money to support the open. So again, public fundraising, a lot of laws about that are outside of this scope of this presentation, but suffice to say, use of public resources, money, staff time, public spaces, you should avoid it when it comes to fundraising. Next slide, please.
Bob has his hand up.
And then, someone has their hand up? I'm sorry.
Yeah, a couple of questions. Are we allowed to contribute to Yes for Brookline as individuals?
Oh, certainly,
Okay.
yes. So that's sort of one of my later slides is
Okay.
You should feel perfectly empowered to act in your private capacity, which can include donating to whatever campaign you want to. So yes, I would.
Second question, are we allowed to serve on Yes for Brookline committee, on the campaign committee?
So there's a distinction here between you as a school committee member and someone like the superintendent or a public employee. School committee members are allowed to serve on those types of committees. However, when doing so, you should not be representing that you speak for the school committee. You can serve, and you can serve in an individual capacity, and you can even serve as represent yourself as a school committee member. But you cannot act as though the school committee is backing you 100% in your role.
Okay, thank you.
As
Sorry,
we said,
I have a question too.
Sure.
Is it okay to ask questions as you're going?
That's fine. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's going to be easier because they're popping into my head. Just going back to the political fundraising by public employees. That's what it says here. And then when you were talking, it sounded like maybe you were saying, like, during school hours. So I'm thinking about, like, teachers who are going to have an interest in political stuff that's going on. So can you just maybe explain again what are the limitations? Like, if a teacher is involved in a campaign and they're doing stuff like not on school time, can they be saying, using their role, their title? And like, what if parents, just talking about stuff in
Sure,
schools during school time? Just a little more on that, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure. Dana Perry actually asked to get some time with me later in this week to get a little deeper into these issues. That they're a little outside of what I'm speaking to here, but I will try to address it really quickly. If you are a employee, if you're a teacher, like you just gave the example of, you should absolutely not be engaging in any, fundraising or speaking about the override during your workday. A teacher does not have any role in policy making, so a teacher should not, at any point during their workday, be talking about the election. And then even in their off time, to the extent they want to, as a private citizen, engage in political activity, donate money, serve on a committee, that sort of thing. They should not be using their office the weight of their office as a teacher to influence voters in any way. So it makes it challenging, but as you can imagine, if a teacher is, for example, using the email addresses in her outside of the workday, but using the fact that she has, emails of all the parents in her class to send out an email saying how passionate she is about the override passing, that would represent a campaign finance violation.
Sorry, just a little more in depth on that in terms of teachers outside of school time. Like, should teachers, if they're fundraising or participating in political activities, avoid saying, like, I'm Carolyn Thallen, I'm a teacher at
Yes.
the Baker School. Don't say,
Absolutely.
I'm a teacher at.
Should not, yeah.
Okay.
The classic example is a police officer should not be wearing their uniform when they're doing political activity. I believe that an easy comparison would be drawn to exactly like you said, Carolyn.
That makes sense.
Okay. I'm a science teacher at Pierce, and I really support this.
So I just want to follow up on that, Jonathan. So I can door knock for whatever I want, yes or no, and campaign and say, hi, I'm Val Frias, I'm on the school committee. I'd like you to vote X or Y for Z reason, and that's okay. But on a Saturday, a teacher can't do that?
Yes.
A teacher can't say, hi, I'm Joe, I teach science. This is why I think an override is important.
That is a distinction within the campaign finance laws. You all, as elected officials, are expected to take positions on these matters of public policy. So again, as long as you're not saying I'm Val Frias and the school committee or the town of Brookline says X or Y, Val Frias, chair of the school committee, and I support this override, as you're knocking on doors, that's fine. But a rank and file employee who has no policy making responsibilities should not be using the weight of their office when they're knocking on doors.
Jonathan, just to follow up, this is Mariah. So, but a teacher, going back to Val's example of Joe, he could say, my name is Joe and I would encourage you to vote on this. He just can't say, I'm a science teacher, right? Like, because you're focusing on the weight of the office.
Yes, and I would even go as far as to say, I'm a science teacher. He shouldn't be saying, I'm a science teacher at this Brookline school. If he's just saying, I'm a teacher.
Thank you for clarifying.
Okay.
All right, Suzanne, sorry.
Yeah,
we have a
I'm
couple.
sorry. I'm really confused.
I'm here to help.
Well, and the reason I am is that, in past years, like the yes or no campaigns, on state initiatives, the teachers unions have been very involved, and so have people like on school committees and that kind of thing. And so, have we been doing it wrong all these years? I mean, I'm confused about that. How?
Well, this is where I have to beg to have a little bit more time. I know Dana was asking me some of these questions, and mentioned union activity. I genuinely don't know. Campaign finance law is very complicated when it comes to what you can do. Electioneering that you're doing, generally fundraising that you're doing more generally. That's not using public resources. And in terms of your example, Suzanne, I'm not exactly sure. I want to make sure I answer the actual. I want to give you a good answer, so I'm not positive what union activity you're referencing, and so I would ask maybe we can circle back in a later time, and I can try to speak to that.
Okay, thank you. That would help me because I am a little confused right now. So thanks.
Okay, all right, we'll keep going, Jonathan. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So as I said, you can't use public resources. We just were speaking about one of the maybe the less obvious public resources that you cannot use, which is the weight of your office. This only applies again to employees and appointed officials. Elected officials can use the so-called weight of their office when they're talking about a ballot question. In addition, public resources would include staff time, things like that. So the fact that you can speak on speak on an issue doesn't mean you can then direct someone on PSB staff to speak on it. That's a misuse of public resources. And then the big one that's pertinent to us because of what happened in 2023 is you need to be very careful not to utilize things that you only have access to because PSB has them, which a big one here being the email addresses of all of the parents. A very easy way it stands to reason. It's a very easy way. You have a very easy way to contact a block of voters who have a vested interest in the schools, but you only have those email addresses because they're a public resource and you work for the public, so you are not allowed to.
Am I remembering correctly on that example that if they had been directed to a newsletter or something, that website, that it would have been okay? That was the distinction?
There's some nuance there that I'm gonna get to, but yes, there are some ways that information can be disseminated that are relatively straightforward, but do not involve the use of public resources that violates the campaign finance laws. If you want to actually go to the next slide, I will. The next slide talks a little bit about communications. So a big thing you are allowed to do is to communicate about the ballot questions, as long as you do so in the appropriate forum. Where we are now, absolutely an appropriate forum. You can talk about the ballot questions in a school committee meeting. You can bring materials for distribution at a public meeting. That's all fine. You can the production of those materials by, say, the superintendent is within her responsibilities and is a legitimate use of public resources. Similarly, you can utilize the town website to post materials. They consider it sort of like a modern day bulletin board. You can post materials on the website related to the override, informational materials. You should not be using the town website to influence voters, for example, saying, vote yes on 2, but you can certainly put up, this is what will happen if the override passes, this is what will happen if it doesn't pass, that sort of thing. Which is often the bulk of what I believe was they wanted to share in 2023 was, again, sort of what they believed was informational, but it was nonetheless a campaign finance violation. This public resources can also include things like our social media accounts. So be very careful directing staff to push anything out on those that would be considered influencing voters. Again, those are it could be seen as a campaign finance violation because the town's accounts are again public resources. Okay, if you can go to the next slide, please.
Sorry, can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
It's Carolyn. So this is coming back to me now, and from what you're saying too, so a lot hinges on the notion of like unsolicited, where if somebody comes to a school committee, they're seeking out the information. So totally makes sense, website is fine. I'm gonna guess though that means the superintendent would want to refrain from, I don't know, can she say, you can find information in her newsletter? Can she refer people to a website, or would that be sort of walking too close to the line? Does that make sense? Do you want people to leave it so if people want to seek it out?
A simple link in the website that said in her newsletter that said, for information about the override, please click here, is fine. Again, you're not making someone click it, of course. They have to essentially opt in to clicking it, but you should make sure that what that link takes you to is not yes on 2, is not something that is trying to influence the voter, but she can link to the town website because it's informational. she could do that in her newsletter. Yes.
Yeah, going back to social media presence, most of us have some presence on social media. In terms of interactions on social media, for example, I'm on a variety of WhatsApp groups, whatever, and someone asked a question or made a comment, I'm free to be myself on social media, right? I can, obviously, I have a perspective, and people know that I'm on the school committee, but
Yes.
there's no restrictions on that, right?
No, and especially because you're an elected official, because you don't have to worry about time. You don't have a work day that you're trying to steer clear of, so you don't have to worry about time. You don't have to worry about subject matter because as elected officials, you are free to speak on any election issue. There is no sort of purview that you have to worry about, and you can say that you can of course represent yourself as that you are a school committee member. Everybody knows that they elected you, so yes, you can feel free to utilize your personal media accounts as you would to discuss the ballot questions. Yes. And this actually leads me nicely into the next slide, which is
Before you go on, can I just interrupt you one more time?
Sure,
So like, because we had the focus on mass emails earlier, but us as private parties can use our private email addresses to communicate whatever we want to like whoever we feel like, right? I could send a mass email out from my personal email account, not to like some sort of email addresses that I've collected through my PSB role, but just like friends and neighbors. I can talk to them.
Yeah, you can
Yes.
utilize your own contact list. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
That's there's no issue there. There's no public resource being utilized there. I mean, I can't. Mariah, you just said that you weren't. I'm assuming that again, like that email list, your contacts aren't harvested from something you did as a school committee member. You just said it wouldn't, so I would tell you that was fine.
Thank you.
And as Bob was just saying, as a private citizen, you can and should stay active. But because those of you who are elected officials who are listening, don't even worry about that sort of in private citizen. You as elected officials, you can engage with the public basically as you normally would, as long as you don't use public resources to do it. But for those of you who are not elected officials that might be listening, Superintendent Wong and her deputies, the principals, you should make sure to engage in political activity during your off hours. You should always take care if you're.
But to be clear, as school committee members, like sending from my private email address is fine. Sending from my PSBMA address is not fine, right? Like that's the distinction here for the school committee members.
The school committee members. The bigger issue is where you're getting the email addresses from. I mean, the fact you have a PSB email address because you're on the school committee. Everyone knows you're on the school committee. The fact that you're using that email address is not, I do not believe, would represent it's a de minimis
Interesting.
campaign
Okay.
finance,
Thank you.
violation at all. Jesse, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, to follow up, thank you. To follow up on that, Jonathan, because people, even in social media, represent themselves sort of as an individual, but actually everybody knows they're a public school elected official. In their let's assume they're not sending out group emails from Facebook, let's say, for example, or in WhatsApp groups. But does the fact that I thought the distinction you were trying to draw was a little bit different, and that, excuse me, and what I mean by that is that people know you're a member of the school committee. Being on a WhatsApp group as a school committee member doesn't disidentify you from being a school committee member. So the issue I thought you were talking about was if a school committee member who's utilizing their Facebook, Instagram, or social media through email, but using their private email address, their personal one, were to in any way represent in any remark a sense they had of the whole school committee, a speaking on behalf of the school committee, even though they're in private or they're on Facebook or whatever, that would be something you said would not be appropriate. As this individual person speaking for yourself and always saying that's like, speaking for myself, not as a member of the school committee, I have the following observation to make, for example.
Yes, to the extent it makes sense, you can speak even as in your WhatsApp group as Jesse Hefter, school committee member, I'm saying X. What you can't do is like you said, you can't say I'm speaking on behalf of the entire school committee.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
And I also thought what you were talking about, Jonathan, were the public schools of Brookline social media accounts, using those for advocacy, right? It wasn't our
Yes,
private social media.
That's a public resource. If you have your own Instagram account, if you're on your, like, and I do, and the slight tweak there is that, as was brought up, I believe that to the extent you're using your PSBMA email accounts, that has been ruled not to be, as long as that's all that it is, that's fine. Everyone knows your school committee members and all school.
Thank you. Donna?
Thank you so much, Jonathan. So if we're using our private email address to send out emails on behalf of the override campaign, should we also make sure we're not sending it to psbma.org addresses? Like, we should make sure that educators and staff are not part of that?
That's actually a really, really good question. And I think that is probably something you should take care to do. Because while I did note that all of you have PSBMA email addresses that you likely know each other's, you email each other, the fact that you might know a bunch of teachers' PSBMA email accounts is likely only because you have access to it through the town. That those email addresses are likely themselves a public resource. Now, there could be exceptions to that. If you're getting, an email every couple days from someone's PSBMA account who's a teacher, you can respond to it. But I would, like you said, Donna, if you're sending out a big email, even if it's from your private account, and you look at that list of emails that you're sending it to, and there's all the teachers from Lincoln and all the teachers from Runkle, I would take a step back and be like, how exactly did I get all these email addresses? That's quite a Rolodex, So I would refrain from anything where you're sending them to a whole bunch of PSBMA accounts.
Right. I mean, the other part was, until we have more clarity on what educators or staff can do during their, I'm not clear on whether, what they can do even on their non-work time. If they receive an email from me, just me privately, from my Donna Perry, well, actually, I'm not going to say my private email address. I'm big. But then they might forward that to a group of people and say, Donna's on the school committee, and okay, doesn't matter. I'll just take those out. Thank you.
Okay.
Superintendent Wong?
I think her hand has been up from earlier. I'm not.
No.
Is that a new hand? Okay.
Yes. Thank you. So I often write 2 different large bodies in what could be considered a mass email to all staff, and then the other body of people would be our families. I have always liked my communication to both bodies to be consistent, as a way of building trust that everyone's getting the same information. So we are crossing into a different territory where I always want to keep the staff informed if there are going to be communications made publicly that could impact their potential livelihood, just as a matter of just, courtesy. So when we presented the proposed budget, there were reductions in the proposed budget, so that will happen. Those reductions will happen. So I always felt it was important for staff to know, but also all staff to know, that those kinds of things were going to be made public. Where I say we're crossing over into a different area is now there's identified gaps, and the conversation around alternate funding is very apparent. So I have been sending communications to the staff before we talk about the impacts, so they're not surprised, like they know those things are being said. I think it's okay, from what you've described, that I continue to keep the staff informed about what's happening, not as a need to vote yay or nay. It's just more objectively what a gap means, and if alternate funding isn't found, what that could mean for them. But I'm also understanding that for families, and it's partly because we don't have a communications director, but we can be sure that we do it this way, is if I have the same information that I provide staff that I would want to make available for families, I need to post it on the website. And if I put it in a communication to families in a newsletter, just to, if they want more information, to send them to the link. Is that, do I have that right?
Yes, and I would definitely err in that later example of what you're telling families.
Okay.
I would err on the side of as
Yeah.
being as little information as possible. You know, the communities have been cited for saying
Okay.
something like, "Go here for important election or news about an important upcoming election."
Right.
Even
I
something
would
like
just,
that.
yeah.
Um,
I would try to keep it in line with, my communications to staff and to families are the same, but the way I deliver it, I will change.
And
Okay.
yeah, I do have to jump in.
Okay.
That cannot be the case. You cannot communicate to parents the same way you communicate to staff.
That's what I mean. Like but can the message, so what I message to staff, I'm uncomfortable with messaging being different to these two large bodies. Staff I can email directly, but for families, I think I would just have to say if they want to avail themselves of that information, I can refer them to a link.
Yes, yes, you can put
Okay.
that information on the website, and then in your newsletter,
Okay.
you can say
Right.
more
I
information
so
about.
I think, yes, and so I'm just trying to be clear that I intentionally don't want to send different messages to the different groups, but I will be mindful of how I send it out.
And I do think the campaign finance laws encompass the soul of what you're trying to do, because it is a legitimate use of public resources for you and your staff to develop all of that information, to those charts and those whatever informational documents you're doing. It's just we have to be careful how we push that information out. So certainly it'll be the same message. It's just a question of how people are able to
Right.
get it.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
No problem.
Bob, Carolyn?
Yeah, this is really a question for Bella and perhaps Val. There's 9 of us here, and we have the freedom to communicate through our social media, through our personal communications to people. So my question is, how much responsibility do we have, assuming we're going to have an override campaign, how much responsibility do we have to each other to communicate what we think is helpful for the campaign? In other words, what if a message that, say, I send out on my social media is controversial or sort of violates the spirit of what we're trying to communicate? In other words, we have the freedom to communicate, but how much responsibility do we have as a team to sort of, stay on the same page?
So I'll take this one, Bella, because I think you're actually
Thank you.
prohibited from doing
I
this
think,
one.
yes, I think so.
To the extent we all sing the same song or similar song, I think that's great. But we can't be obligated to do that. I think that's what Jonathan's saying to us. Whether we're yay or nay is up to each of us. The shared information that I think we all have or will have are the budget updates that we get from staff and like we're going to look at shortly, the failed override scenarios. I think that for me, I'll speak for me. For me, I'm going to message that out to folks. Anybody who asks me and anybody who is in my personal Rolodex, I'm going to email that out to, because that is, to me, a Brookline that is unrecognizable. It's not I don't even know if we could operate a high school or get certified, right? So those are going to be my personal messages, but I can't obligate 8 other people, one, to support my position on a possible override at all, or to sing from the same songbook. But for those who I think end up on one side or the other, we will have a shared body of information. And I would use that for me, because I think it's whichever direct, it's powerful information to have and to use that message and craft your message around the facts. That's me. Sorry, Carolyn and then Donna. Oh, and Mariah.
Going back to what Bella was talking about, her messages, and I don't mean to throw a wrench in things, but I just saying, a probably decent number of staff are voters, are Brookline voters. You know that, but so that's what I was thinking when that conversation was happening about sending information to staff. Lots of them are Brookline residents. And then totally separate. So Jonathan, all of this, we're talking about the override. I think you're also saying, like in terms of employees, teachers who are employees, this also would apply to townwide races like town meeting, select board, et cetera.
No.
Okay.
This applies to the election only. Ballot question specifically.
Ballot question.
This is not. These requirements do not apply. For example, if there was an article at town meeting that the school
I'm
committee
talking about like on May 5th, we're going to vote probably on an override, and also at town meeting, select board, school committee.
Oh, town meeting members. Oh, sorry.
I'm talking about elections of. I'm talking about employees and political messaging about candidate races.
Okay. Yes. I'm glad you brought that up, because that is an area where there is the chair asked me to talk not just to school committee members, but like I said, also to the superintendent, her deputies and principals, etc. A lot of what we've talked to up to this point, all of those people can talk about, but because the appointed officials and employees had a policy-making role where the ballot question, information about the ballot question fell within their purview. It is not within the purview of a principal, a superintendent, to speak on who should be the next school committee member. That is outside of her job responsibilities.
But when we're saying employees, I'm also thinking about like the 1,000 people who work in our schools, teachers. So does that mean teachers shouldn't be engaging in campaign activity for candidate races?
On their private time,
Yep.
they can. As private citizens, they can, but
Yep.
they cannot be doing so during their
Yep.
work time.
Or what about using their identifier?
No, they should not be using the weight of their office to
Okay.
advocate to say vote person X instead of person Y.
Okay, thank you.
Donna. And then Mariah.
I wanted to ask, I think Bob's question made me think of this. So if we were at a Yes for Brookline campaign event and there was 5 of us, that would be okay, right?
No, that would be
As per private, what?
It would be an open meeting law violation.
But Jonathan, we can be there. We just can't talk about school committee business. It's not like I have to run away from them if I see them in public places.
No,
Yeah.
no, but you have to admit, these are 5 people who know a lot, who are not afraid to speak their minds. I think you would be run a real risk of deliberating inadvertently if you all got together at a Yes on 2 meeting. But no, I mean, absolutely not. No, you're absolutely right. There is no requirement that you never share the same oxygen,
So the answer is, so we should be.
We shouldn't talk to each other. We should talk to other people.
Okay,
I think.
got it.
Right? Is that right, Jonathan? We should talk to other people.
Yeah, and don't be cute with it. Like, talk to, have some intermediary that's having a whole conversation on your behalf or something. But yeah, so I think if you just attend and listen, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Jonathan, when does a campaign begin? Like, do these rules kick in a minute after the select board votes? Are we in a campaign now? What is the formal beginning of a campaign?
The formal beginning is when they place the question on the ballot, which has not happened yet.
Okay.
However, you can still violate campaign finance laws if you start using public resources in advance of that. So generally, for example, I'm counseling everyone I speak to, town side, school side, to be conservative because we know that this is very likely. But you are right to call out that's the starting gun. Is when it actually goes on the ballot. That's when we really have to.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else, or can we? Okay, Donna, and then we'll.
Oh, actually, I'll hold.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, Jonathan, go to your next slide.
Okay, yeah, I can blaze through the last couple pretty quick because I've spoken to most of them. If you can go to the next one, please.
I think next slide. Yep.
Well, I'll just keep talking. The next one is just about policy making. Oh, thank you. Policy making positions. This distinction doesn't actually apply to you, school committee members. You don't have to worry about only speaking on things within your purview. As elected officials, you are empowered to speak on anything, even if it's not a school matter. However, for those of you listening that are not elected, your superintendent, deputy superintendents, principals, while you can speak, use public resources to develop policy positions, speak publicly on certain issues. They have to be within your purview. But I believe that for the purpose, if we're talking about the override, everyone I just listed has a policy-making role. If I was the Runkle School principal, I probably shouldn't be talking about cuts at Ridley, but I think everyone can probably stay in their lane that way. And again, the elected officials don't need to worry about that. Next slide, please. It takes public resources to do a lot of the work that you guys are doing. That's fine. You're all expected to spend public resources to talk about this in meetings. For Bella and her team to be developing all of these, potential reductions. What's it going to look like if the override fails? You absolutely can prepare those. That's a legitimate use of public resources, again, as long as it falls within your purview. That's why a teacher couldn't do this. They don't have a responsibility to prepare budgets for the entire district. But, Bella, her deputy superintendents, they can all definitely do this. Principals can certainly work on this during their time at work with respect to their school. Sharing these analysis is also fine, as long as it's a solicited sharing. If someone asks you for your materials, you can give it to them. Similarly, if they take pains to attend a meeting or go to the website, they can look at those materials. And I did want to call out something that is used in many communities and has been said and the OCPF, Office of Campaign and Political Finance, has said is fine. A PTO, if it's not affiliated with the school, not formally affiliated with the school, the members are not public employees, a PTO can ask the superintendent's office for her override information, take that information, and then send it to their own lists, as long as those lists were not given to them by the schools. Those lists themselves aren't public resources. I have some personal experience with this. I'm a room parent at Runkle, and we take great pains I build my list of emails that the Runkle PTO, which I'm helping, use. I build that list myself. I talk to the other parents. I ask them if they'll share their email addresses. I effectively have them opt in. I build that list myself. It's like using your own contact list, like we've already discussed. But I bring this up with some specificity because it's a very logical way to get information out to the community. And as Superintendent Wong was emphasizing, she does want to make sure that these messages are consistent. The PTOs are a good way to do that. There was, in fact, in 2023, head of school Myers sent put the same message in an email he sent out to the parents, which was a campaign finance violation, that he did that same text appeared in an email that the BHS PTO sent out in their weekly blast, and that was fine. They had asked head of school Meyer for the information, he gave it to them, and they sent it out to the parents. So that was fine. So I just want to bring that up as a good way to share information.
Sorry, I have a question.
Sure.
Are you done? I don't want to speak over you.
Oh, I'll finish the slide and then please go ahead. Again, all of this is the important distinction here is all of this is solicited distributions. What we really want to avoid is unsolicited distribution of information. Go ahead.
I just want to make sure I understand what you just described, because the email thing is funny, right? Like, we used to have directories. So are you saying I understand what you're talking about, having had to do it once directories ended, sending around a sheet and asking people for their emails. So I have two questions. One is, you feel confident that even though it's like school associated, room parent, PTO, that's not school based. And then my other question is just, some PTOs, I think, still get lists from the town, from the opt-in in Aspen. Like, I would be very surprised if the BHS PTO email list is just because the presidents went around and got people's emails. Like, those have to be, like, if they got them from the town, I'm wondering.
Jonathan, they get them from the town when we register, and I think every year we essentially have to affirm that we want our email addresses shared with the PTO. Yeah. So is there an issue, even if they come from PSB, but there is an affirmation that we want to have our email addresses given to the PTO, like we've opted in?
It is my understanding that opt-in insulates the PTO from a charge that list is still it would be impermissible to utilize that list. But I do take Carolyn's point that if a PTO knows full well that it's just utilizing what Aspen spat out and the principal gave them, that's a public resource. So I speak as, I spoke from personal experience about that. I think that, the more removed that there is, the more comfortable we can feel utilizing that pathway for information dissemination that I just described. But I do apologize. I think I may have been assuming a little too much about how the PTOs are run. But the opt-in is critical when it comes to BHS.
But just to be clear, because I just want to make sure that if there's PTOs listening or anyone listening, if some of their list membership is generated from the opt-in, are they allowed to send to their lists? Or is this something you might want to come back and clarify afterwards because you're not sure right now?
Let me circle back on this. I believe the answer is yes, but I do want a chance to double check that.
Okay, because I just think this is something that the audience will want clarity on, so.
Okay. I'm just gonna, next slide, please. As I mentioned before, you can allow private groups, even private groups involved, who are taking a position in the election, to utilize public buildings, but you have to give equal access to both sides. It doesn't necessarily mean extending an invoice. It just means making sure that it's available upon request. And so that's where you can get really tripped up, is you need to make sure that if you let one group in, you have to let the opposing side in a similar circumstance. So that's, and then in the last slide, if you want to go to the next one, I've said this multiple times tonight. Please try to be conservative when it comes to this kind of thing. I'm speaking particularly to the appointed officials and employees who might be listening. As school committee members have fewer restrictions on when and how they can express their opinions on these matters. But even to the elected officials, please be cautious when it comes to public resources and the ballot question. The town administrator will be sending around a memo in the coming weeks with more information about the campaign finance law and how it relates to the ballot questions. And I really, really appreciate you guys having the patience to let me sort of go and research some of these. I am happy to continue to do that throughout between now and May. So please don't hesitate to reach out to our office if you ever have a compliance question, and we will do our best to get you a quick answer.
Thank you, Jonathan. Donna, I think, has one more question.
Well, I just
Yeah,
wanted
go
to say thank you again, and also make sure that I understand. Are you going to circle back to us on how our PSB educators and staff, if they want to use their private time to campaign for the override, whether they can do that? Is that how we left
No,
it?
they can do that.
Oh, I thought he said he wasn't sure, and he was okay.
They can do that, but there are some restrictions that I want to make sure I get very clear. For example, you can run afoul of the conflict of interest law if you're, for example, getting paid to work on a committee while also working for the schools. You also are not supposed to be acting as the agent of the committee if it's working in the town where your job is. But you can definitely serve on the committee. So there's some nuance here. That's what I wanted to kind of come back at. And Donna, if maybe you and I could plan to talk, and you can give me your exact, if there's questions, particular questions. So I just want to make sure I'm addressing. I don't want to make sort of a broad sweeping statement here, like yes or no, and then the devil's in the details.
Yeah, so the high level is it just can't happen during school time or using school resources.
Yes,
Got it.
that's the hard and fast.
Okay, thank you so much.
And if there is a further document, Jonathan, that you can circulate to Betsy, she can then share it out, and Superintendent Wong can share it with staff if there's anything more specific for staff that they should know.
Sure thing, yes.
Okay. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, guys. Great to see you all. Good luck with everything.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. I can't believe your kids are sophomores in high school. That's crazy.
It's pretty crazy. Don't remind me that she's 2 years away from leaving the house entirely.
Don't knock it.
Thanks, Jonathan. So we're moving into really heavy subjects, the FY27 proposed budget and the failed override budget scenarios. I know that everybody on the committee received slides this afternoon that are stark, to say the least. They are austere, they are programmatic, they are staff reductions that I think nobody here would want to see. So I just want to take a second to say that for any community members, staff members who are watching, to know that we take this very seriously, and we know that it's a classroom, it's your students' experience, it's your livelihood. So I just want to say that as we embark on items 4C and 4D this evening, and I will turn it over to Superintendent Wong.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I also want to apologize that I'm not with you in person. Many of you know, prior to accepting the position in Brookline, I had made plans to be away for these 2 weeks, and so I'm, thank goodness, through the internet, able to present on behalf of the district on this topic, as the chair has described. Betsy's going to pull the slides for me, and while she's doing that, I was just going to do a little review preface. In mid-November, the school administration put forth a projected budget for FY27. At that time, we were looking at an increase of 12.8 million. As of February 26th, the last school committee meeting, we were able to revise that projected increase to the budget to 7.1 million. So a reduction of over $5.5 million. And how did we do that? We looked through the lines, we corrected for enrollment in both general ed and special ed. We reorganized our teams to reclaim critical functions and or reduce further. So both and came out of that reorganization. Initially, we were hoping to project a budget that we said was absolutely level service. I think the projected budget still is very strong level service, but with somewhat less than a true level service. We've not been able to restore a second senior director in OTL. We really think that department needs that. We have not been able to restore a communications function. And clearly there's been a lot of discussion about the decision to reduce our ETS staff in the K through 8s from 8 to 4. We've also eliminated an administrator at the high school and some of our +1 assignments at the high school, which compromises some of our MTSS work, supporting students who might be struggling to meet benchmark that aren't necessarily on an IEP or don't otherwise qualify for specialized service. The other thing I wanted to say or note is that we often talk about cost drivers to a budget, things that are driving the cost, and for us, some of it is some of the expenses related to special education, tuition, transportation as a cost driver, and then obviously the salaries of our staff, which is the heart of the budget, and you've heard some about shared services that undermines the town's capacity to support some of the increases that we're looking at. I just wanted to be clear. So what's a key driver to building a budget? So we talk about cost drivers, but what's the key driver to building a budget? It's about the students. It's about building a budget that will support all our students to thrive, to be, yes, the best they can be, all of that, but support them all along the way. So when we look at reductions, we keep that in mind. So a guiding principle has always been to approach reductions and growth for the purpose of satisfying our fiduciary responsibility to the town. And that fiduciary responsibility to the town is making sure that we are developing and sustaining an excellent educational program to support all our students. But it also means maintaining practices of accountability, fiscally efficient, and prudent. We want to be sure that every dollar spent is spent as intended and well
Bella,
spent.
do you
And
mind,
so,
Bella, can you hear us?
yes.
Do you mind turning off your video because your audio is a little choppy? That might help it come through better.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Should I just go from where I was?
Yes. Sorry to interrupt.
Should I just, yeah, okay. Nope, that's okay. It's all good. Just so people know, I am coming to you from Argentina. So it's great that you can even hear me as you can.
You just might want to turn your video on and then off. The face that got stuck when you turned your, there you go. Thank you. That looks better.
Okay, all good. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it caught your
All right, so
facial expression in between. So this is much more respectful the way it looks now. Yeah, thank you.
okay, great. So
Yeah.
at this juncture, right? So with the reduction of expenses that we've been working on, as I said, we were able to change our initial projection by over $5.5 million. The money needed for the next years to cover increases in costs. So I just want to be clear that the allocations the town has been able to give us is maintained. It's really about the increases to the budget. So that the money needed for the next year for increases and match in dollars to cost in previous years. But I want to highlight that in the years we're looking at FY 27, 28, 29, the town's capacity to allocate funding to cover the increase has diminished tremendously. In the last override for FY 24, 25, and 26. At that time, the town was projecting possible allocations of $4 million within the levy. And so what we're looking at is much different in the out years, where the town's capacity for next year is 1.7 million. It's essentially zero for the year after, and then a negative 500,000 in the year next. So we are all working with departments and expenses coming from the same pie. And so a major driver is the shared services that we offer. And a major part of that shared service is the health insurance benefit to our employees. And so we are the single largest department in the town. And so we do our best to be mindful of how we're spending our dollars, but in reality, they need to happen from year to year. And that's where we moment. So I want to commence. Sorry. I want to go back to the first slide, Betsy. The first, that one. Thank you. So just commencing with the slide, where we are in the proposed budget, taking into account the allocation from the town of 1.7 million. So we have a projected increase of
Sorry, we just got disconnected from the superintendent. We're trying to raise her again.
So I was with you the whole time. So I am here, and it looks like Betsy is going to restart the screen share.
The screen is shared,
I
Bella.
think. Okay, great. So I think I was with you all the way to this part where we have 7.1 million projection for increase for FY27. The town is able to allocate 1.7, so we're at a 5.27 gap. And so you've seen this slide before. I wanted to be more explicit about how we approach the reductions. So every time we are looking at reductions anew, we always start with the district level and see if there's anything else that we can reduce. And then whatever is left, we divide between the pre-K 8 and the high school 60-40, right? 60%, 40%. So the gap is 5.27. We look to the district level to see what else we can do to reduce. And then the remaining gap is distributed 60%, 40% between the pre-K 8 and the high school. And the reason is because we are doing it where the students are. So it represents the ratio of enrollment of students between the pre-K 8 and the high school. And so I don't know that we were that explicit before. I also want to note too, and you've heard this, I think, is that generally the budget is usually 15% to non-salaried expenses and 85% for salary expenses. And that makes sense because the heart of what we do is direct service between educator and student. At this time, we've done so much to reduce our expenses that for the FY27 budget as proposed, we are at 12.5% non-salary expenses. So our ratio has shifted, and that is because of all the efficiencies we've been trying to identify to be able to make sure that as much as possible allocated toward the classroom. All right. So these are the reductions that are already embedded in the FY27 proposed budget. It's a net reduction of 22.1 FTEs. And then I am going to move into talking about what would happen if we don't have alternate funding for the 5.27 gap. So you can go to the next slide. Thank you, Betsy. So what you're seeing is a projection for FY27, FY28, FY29, and the possible town allocations for those 3 years. And as I said, the capacity of the town to cover the increases has diminished dramatically from the last time we went through this to 1.7 million, 5,000, which we are calling zero, and then negative 500,000. And then you can see the funding gaps below. The number of the funding gaps, even if you add the allocation of 1.7, generally it's about 6 million across the board for each year. And that is the same as it would have been the prior 3 years. So this represents across a gap of 18.5 million. If you go to the next slide. Thank you. So if alternate funding isn't identified or successful in the identification of the 5.27 gap, we have to go through and let you know what that would mean. So again, we started with district, and we would restructure again. We would eliminate another position at OAF, but we continue a commitment to keep a director of data and information systems. We would reduce another position in OTL. And then the remainder of the gap, if you go to the next slide, Betsy, the remainder of the gap is again 60-40, 60% with the K-8s. We would need to reduce K1, and this is in collaboration with the principals, and the focus was to protect the classroom sections. Please note that we've already corrected to guidance for the classroom sections. So any reduction in any sections in the K through 8 would bring those sections over guidance, right? And just illustration of what could happen if you have 3 sections at 17. If you were to eliminate a section, you would then have 2 sections, one at 25 and one at 26. So that's what happens when you eliminate. That's how elimination of sections bring you over guidance, and we've already corrected for all sections for that. So protecting class size, we would look at reducing the non-mandatory summer programming, which is the project discovery that you heard Tim talk about earlier. Eliminate conservatory, which would mean no music for grades 6, 7, and 8, and that the music in 4 and 5 would go to once a week instead of twice a week. Eliminate world language 6 through 8, which would mean students would not be exposed to a new world language until they became 9th graders. And eliminate 1 paraprofessional, which is a paraprofessional not already assigned to an individual student. So
Sorry.
that's yes.
Sorry. No. Go ahead. I was raising my hand over towards Val. Sorry.
Sure. So that's a 36 additional FTE reduction, and that's in the pre-K through 8. If you go to the next slide, Betsy.
Can I ask my quick question at this point? Is any of this different than what we saw last week? These slides are the same. Okay. Just like the comprehensive.
It should be the same as 226. This is the high school reductions if there is an alternate funding found to cover the 5.27 gap. So we do increase class sizes in the core subjects listed at the top. Reduce an assistant athletic director, which was just added recently. The enrollment athletics is robust, and so it really helps to have that other administrator. This would be the 3rd one, to be able to monitor and supervise and be able to respond to things as they might happen after school. Reducing doubling up of courses by students means students would not have the option to double up in a subject area, which they do now, and it's actually a really popular part of the program. Reduce an additional 6.6 FTEs out of the 4+1 assignments. So there's 4 assignments for every full FTE, so that's 24. That's 27 spots that you would reduce. And these +1 assignments are ones that are assigned to support MTSS. So math labs, world language labs, the tutorial, those are what those +1 assignments are. Reduce other low enrollment areas. We do run some courses at low numbers, and so it's always been a balance of being able to provide that opportunity or not. And so this would have a disproportionate impact on courses that are offered through the drama program. Reduce an additional special education paraprofessional that is assigned to one of our specialized programs. Reduce one of our 5 security paraprofessionals to 4. And reduce an additional administrative position. There's already one reduction embedded in the proposed budget, so this would be a second one. And so this is an additional, so net reduction of 80.3 FTEs in the FY27 budget, 22.1 already in the proposed budget, and this would be an additional 58.2. If you go to the next slide, Betsy.
Yeah, before you go to the
Oh.
next slide, Bill, can you
Sure.
explain the last one, an additional administrative position? It's the same wording as last week. All the other ones like have some kind of adjective. Is this like a secretarial position? Is this
No,
a
it's an
curriculum
administrator.
coordinator? Is it like a dean? What is
Yes. So it's an administrator. So there's an
administrator? Okay,
administrator.
thank you.
Yes, there is an administrator already in the budget. This would be a second one.
A second, I see. I was comparing to last week. Thank you
Yes.
for the clarification.
Sure. So what's different in this one that hasn't been presented before is even if you reduce all of the positions as described in FY27, if alternate funding wasn't identified, the budget continues to grow. It continues to grow. And so in FY28, the projected growth, and this is based on a FY27 reduced, all right, reduced, it's still projected to increase by almost 5.5 million. So if there's no override or alternate funding to cover the out years, there would be another 5.5 million shortfall. The town has said with no alternate funding identified, the allocation would be $5,270.
So I just want to reiterate, Bella, that's with recalculating the base and then projecting
Yes.
FY28. Okay, I just want to
That's
make that
right.
clear for anybody listening.
Right, so this is new information. Next slide, please, Betsy. Similarly, after all the reductions you would have to take in FY28, the budget would continue to grow. And so that's the projected increase for FY29. Please note that the increase is exacerbated by the negative amount that town would have for the allocation. So in FY29, it wouldn't be an even allocation as they've been able to maintain in prior years. They're projecting a negative allocation if there's no alternate funding identified. So the funding gap actually it goes up. So the net funding gap for the out years, FY28 and FY29, altogether are $12,785,753.
Can I just ask
Next
a
slide, please.
follow-up on this,
Oh,
Bella?
yes.
So I just want to clarify.
Yes.
I think this is right from ERSC and from you. Because there may or may not be savings in the GIC plan and also in terms of perhaps fewer staff taking benefits because they've lost their jobs, we're told by the town not to adjust that as a savings because there would be a large potential for increased claims and unemployment. Is that right?
Yes, so thank you for stating that. There was some thought there could be a lowering of the premiums through GIC, that is the state managed insurance fund that we participate in. There was some thought about renegotiating or planned redesign that would bring that premium down. All elements of plan redesign are no longer being considered. only a couple of things are being considered. So the thought is that the reduction in premium, if any, would be not as significant as what might have thought that could have happened. We were looking for an update on that number, and so while a decision might have been made at the state, it takes a while for them to come down to the raw number. So we just don't have that. But in any case, the town administration has advised, because with all these reductions, the potential for unemployment, paying out unemployment, it could possibly exceed any savings to benefits, but it definitely undercuts any savings there would be to the premium reduction in the benefits. So we're not going to count it as possible savings. It actually might be more costly than what will be saved.
Jesse has
So
his
we're-
hand up. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Bella.
It's okay. I can't see you, so it's all fine.
Jesse, I think, has his hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Bill. The second line on this one, I have a question about, maybe just a clarification for you, Bill, or maybe Mariah. This PSB town revenue allocation, is it related at all to the town school partnership split or not? Yes. And if it is, then is part of the possibility for rectification of this gap to allow the town school partnership committee to investigate to what extent they could modify how the overall $440 million or so is actually flowing by a formula to provide us more of what we need to close our gap for any of these 3 years. So that obviously means a deeper cut to the town side. However, that is obviously something we've been thinking about in expenditures and revenues for quite some time, to the extent that we might be able to shift necessary funds into this, even without an override. Obviously, we're going to need some money. Question is whether the appetite across the town will be, your 12.785 that you're showing here is a significant reduction over with even the failed override, a lot of money. If we bump that up a bit, maybe you'll be showing that later, I think, in some of the slides, and are able to increase the allocation from the town, that might help us to get, grow to fulfill more of our needs in a, still in a fair manner, but while closing the gap somewhat. So I believe there are discussions about TSB looking at that. I don't have any updates at this moment about when they're meeting and what kind of decision might get made.
So I'll respond to that, Bella, if that's okay.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Sure. So Town School Partnership hasn't met for a long time, but this has been a topic of conversation at ERSC, Expenditures and Revenues.
Yes.
The conversation at ERSC is not about, and this was just voted, I think, yesterday at the meeting or the day before. The topic is not about revising it at this point of time, but appointing a committee to look at it for the future.
Okay.
The other thing I will say is obviously, if the powers that be were to decide to shift money away from PSB towards the town or vice versa, it would just, for wherever you add $1 on one side, it just makes the gap that much greater on the other side. So the overall deficit across the town and schools, because both town and schools are in a deficit situation, would essentially remain the same. The last thing I would say is that if you all recall, earlier in the budget season, we got an initial allocation. The second line you point out, it's the revised allocation as of February 11th. We had an initial allocation that was much lower than this, and there have been obviously revenue adjustments and policy changes. And so this number, it evolves over time. Bella was alluding to the GIC rate increases, which haven't been finalized, which will also change it. So I think that town staff is working to provide the most accurate numbers within the current town school partnership formula. But again, even if they are to take $1 from us and give it to the town or vice versa, the overall net deficit across the entire town school budget remains the same.
Remains the same. And thank you, Mariah, for that clarification. And I would just add, I believe, correct as well, that even with this, we'll turn around for FY30 exactly where we are now. In other words, this is not solving a recurring deficit or gap in our budget. This is basically allowing us to life ring to make it until the cliff of FY29, FY30. This does not bring in additional revenues of any real means. We know expenses are going to rise for many economic reasons globally and nationally. And we know enrollment will, sort of stay where it is, not going to go way down or go way up in the next 2 or 3 years. So the fixes that we're all trying to work towards as a team to address these issues are only for these next 3 years, and then we're going to be facing the same issue again.
I think I would respond to frame this a little bit differently, if you would. I think that
Sure.
there are structural elements to the expenses which are not being solved at this point. I think that there are aspects to revenues that do change and are much more variable, and I think that we should. So I don't want to say, well, like we're just going to end up in the same place, because I don't think, certainly where we are right now is an unusual place to be in sort of this level of reduced allocation year on year, and even a negative allocation. I can't remember actually ever seeing ever seeing a
Right.
negative allocation. So I don't think that we should say, well, this is where we're going to be. I don't think that that's actually historically, or even looking towards the future, possible. But I do think that there's absolutely things we can do to that we should all be thinking about, and that ERSC is thinking about how to bring the arc of expenses and the arc of revenues closer together.
Exactly. Thank you. Yes.
I thank you both. So while the TSP formally hasn't met, I just wanted to be clear that town administration and PSB administration, we meet quite regularly and all the time, and we talk about these shared dilemmas that we have that are affecting our departments across the town, including that of the schools. And so I think we've done what we can do to shave to get us through the next year, and that we need some time to work together on more structural changes that could benefit. But at this time, this is to highlight, even if we make all the reductions in FY27, make all these reductions in FY28, the budget continues to grow. And without alternate funding identified, it continues to fall behind. And just to note that to retrieve the things that you've lost, usually it's a bigger step that you have to take. The district has been reducing programs since the last override, and what we are looking at projecting for the next 3 years are not new programs. We are looking to sustain the high quality programs that we currently have and the high quality experience for our students. But we are not looking, we're looking to be conservative financially, and also to sustain our programs along with the town department. And for people that don't know, the allocation right now is 59% schools, 41% the town. So we appreciate that that allocation, and how everyone's working all together to support the schools, but also support all the departments. Next slide, please, Betsy. So this is a tough outline to create. So thank you to the principals, SLT, and also other members in the community that helped ask the questions and analyze this, so that we can give you the most authentic response at this time. But to close the gap, and again, FY27, if that weren't to be fully funded, would be 80.3 FTE reduction altogether. And then to cover the additional almost 13 million in FY28 and 29, there would be another total reduction of 210.3 FTEs. So 210.3 FTEs divided 60-40. All right, 60-40 again between the pre-K-8 and the high school. As much as we can tell, because it's so dramatic, all K after-school sports clubs, band, orchestra, drama, homework clubs would be eliminated or become fee-based. And that's problematic because it makes it fosters an inequitable environment on who can pay that or not. Athletic program would be reduced, fees would rise. South Brookline bus service, which was added, I think we would have to eliminate. And there would be roughly 130, 40 FTEs, 146 at BHS and 84 at the pre-K through 8. Betsy, could you give me the next slide? So the pre-K-8 impacts are more clear, easier to discern. Just note, if you have students move from class to class, they're still in a homeroom-based model, so it's easier to see. With the high school, as I described at the last meeting, there's different layers of scaffolding. There's class size that you try to protect. There is the MTS supports that you try to protect. There's lots of layers of scaffolding, different counseling supports, different specialized programs that are offered to support students. And the administration is also part of that to enhance the capacity of teachers to work with students, and also for the headmaster to lead curriculum leaders and the associate and academic deans in terms of managing student behavior and supporting the non-academic things that students need to progress day to day, week to week, year to year. We're projecting in the FY 28 to 9 years, 15.6 FTEs in 27, and then 46 FTEs in the remaining fiscal years. 23% reduction in non-teaching staff, 6% reduction in special ed staff, and 29% reduction in staff for classroom programs. And you can see the chart, and I would refer that to people going to the website and looking at the chart after. If you could give me the next slide. Continuing failed to override BHS impacts in FY 28-29, the large class sizes. So the thing with the high school, these are the average classes, but every high school, when you schedule them out, and this is identified as a ±5 range of class sizes. So in English, they think it would be an average of 32.2 and a range of 27 to 37 by 29. Just let you look at that.
Bella, I just
Next
want to
one.
say
Yeah.
that this chart, like,
Yes.
blows my mind. If you think about, like,
Yeah.
what is an English class that has 37 students in it? What is a science class that's, plus or like 30, I mean, over and over again, social studies, these numbers are unbelievable. Sorry, I just had to comment because it's like so shocking.
So actually it reminds me of another note that I wanted to make. So I think we all know that there are some classes we try to keep the class sizes smaller, and then there are some classes we allow them to get bigger. So that difference would only be exacerbated in this situation. So students in the larger classes might also have other classes that are also large. So I have done this analysis before in other districts where you think about, okay, if you're trying to protect classes for some students of a certain profile, they're more likely to go from one class to another that is more similar to that. And the classes that you allow to get bigger, those students will be going from class to class to class. There's just, so if you imagine what it would be like, this isn't that a student might have, one big class in English, but a small class in math. It would be likely that their experience would be all big classes across the board. Great. Next slide, please, Betsy. So this is just a summary of the impacts. There's a concern that we wouldn't be able to meet the time on learning task. And also just there's a problem with having that many students in class. So science labs are built for 24. So I think we're not even sure how this would work, especially by FY29. It would take a deeper analysis, but so I think we're not sure how 990 would be met. And again, the safety in some of the classes that we offer.
So Bella, what happens if we have this material compliance concern? Does DESE come in, like, what happens to DHS?
I think we lose like accreditation, and that can impact students, particularly if they are applying for scholarships through some of the programs through the state schools, the publicly funded schools. I don't know. I've never been in a situation where we weren't able to meet 990. So, yeah.
Bella, can I just ask a follow-up to that? This is Mariah.
Yeah.
And I think this is something important to understand, because if Brookline becomes non-compliant, then essentially I would imagine there will be some sort of mechanism for the state to force us into compliance, which means that money would need to come from somewhere anyway. So to the extent that, like, people say, oh, well, you know, like, there might be an impact on the town budget, I guess is my point, if the municipality as a whole is required to ensure the high school has enough staffing to run. So I guess I think it would be helpful to understand this, because this to me is like fundamentally a tremendous concern. And we should just be able to be very clear with people about what would actually need to happen if we were needing to rectify it.
Thanks. Bob?
So I think,
Sorry, Bella, there are a couple questions in
I
the
think
room.
the only body that maybe DESE can provide a response, and so maybe we can make outreach to them for that. And so I'm sorry I interrupted you, Val.
I was just saying Bob had a question as well.
I actually have a comment, building on what, Mariah's astonishment at those potential class sizes at the high school. So I just want to bring it down to the classroom level for the whole world to understand that if you're an English teacher, like I was, and you have a class size average of around 30, which was part of that projection, it means you teach 4 classes and you have 120 students, okay? If a teacher, an English teacher, spends 15 minutes a week on one student's paper, 15 minutes, it's an additional 30 hours of work. 120 times 15 minutes a week is an additional, not only are you teaching and consulting and, talking with kids and parents, blah, blah, blah. It's an additional 30 hours.
Actually, Bob, can I just clarifying to actually amplify your point? Bella, at this point, we would have the +1s reduced, so this would be they'd be teaching 5 classes.
Now, English will teach 4.
Yeah.
No, they will not.
English is never taught 5.
Welcome to austerity budgeting.
Is that part of the projection? The English can teach 5 classes? Oh, I'll revise my math. So if you have 150 students and you spend 15 minutes, it's 150 times 1/4, which is another 37 and a half hours a week of work, which, talk about demoralization, talk about, the impossibility of being a high-quality educational institution under those circumstances. It's frightening, it's outrageous, and by the way, it's been going on and on and on. When was there ever a year when the public schools had an increase in their budget? We have not. And so I'm just panicked by this scenario. It's impossible to maintain anywhere near the quality of teaching and learning under these projections. And the community needs to understand that. And I know that, people, there's people who don't want to pay more taxes. I would, actually, I like to pay more taxes because I believe what Oliver Wendell Holmes said, that taxes are the price we pay for civilization, and taxes are the price we pay for an excellent educational system. And I think that, you have to make decisions, moral decisions, when something like an override shows up. And it's so easy to say, the school system doesn't know what they're doing, they've had financial problems in the past bunch of years, blah, blah, blah. It's easy to say those simple things, but those simple things are not true. And the communication to this community has to be, we need a robust budget. Robust, not a minimal override budget, but a robust budget to make things sane. Because otherwise it's not sane, it's not possible. And so obviously, having been in that world for many, many years, knowing what the impact is on instruction and on morale, we're in a crisis. Obviously, there's different ways to try to figure things out, but none of those are good.
Oh, that's just the high school. We haven't even started looking at class sizes at the K-8.
Well, wait, we haven't finished this one yet.
Right.
So, Bella, do you want to go to the next slide?
I see Jesse's hand up on my screen.
Oh, Jesse's hand. Go ahead, Jesse.
Thank you. Excuse me. I just need to take a drink of water for a second. Okay, thank you. I can put the video back on now for a moment. So my question, Bella, has to do with the following. This is obviously a very complex and very difficult looking budget, and I don't see really, at least in my way of thinking, any chance that the thing will fail. The question is, what's that thing? In other words, if we're talking 12 million, if we're talking 18 million, if we're talking the largest in state history, 23 million, all to cover the next 3 years. So my question is, this is a very, drastic and a very threatening to the very fabric of our schooling educational system in Brookline to look at a failed override. My question, therefore, is, you're not, I understand we asked you to present this, but is there a sort of a less impactful middle, I don't say middle like 50%, okay? Is there some point where, without asking for everything, but we were able to reduce it somewhat, yes, there'll be some painful decisions to be made, but not something as overly destructive as what this is showing. And I'm just sort of asking for some point along the line where things tip, where something happens that we say, oh, that's just a little too painful. We'll accept some, because this is like the everything goes away kind of scenario. And we saw, just the we need everything one too, which is up and around the 19 million. So are there certain elements within the last 6 or 7 slides where you'd be able to put in a, if I had a choice, I might have to eliminate this, but I could keep this. In other words, and that increases the amount of the override, but at least it would signal to the voters that we're willing to take some pain if that's what's going to be required, just like the town is going to be. But we're not going to go, we're not assuming this is going to happen. We really need to, project a successful override, as we did the last couple of times, every 3 years, but at a level that we feel can be successful.
Jesse, do you mind if we hold that until after the presentation? But I do want to frame
Sure.
that
Sure.
for the last 3 years, we have cut budgets. So we cut
Yes.
in FY, right? We cut for FY 25, we cut for FY 26, and
Right.
Bella and her team have worked really, really hard to get to, I think what she called not quite a level service budget. That is truly bare bones when you look at it with those reductions already. Double-digit FTE reduction this year, millions and millions last year, millions and millions the year before. We have been chipping away at this for the last 3 fiscal years. And,
Cycles, yeah.
And,
Mhm.
you know,
I agree.
So,
Agreed.
anyway, so let's
Thank
just,
you.
let's keep, yeah, no, let's keep going through this, and then we can sort of ask those global questions toward the end.
Actually, so Val, as I was listening to Jesse speak, in the way that he asked the question, I actually have a response, and I'm afraid if I don't say it now, I'll forget.
Okay.
So
Please
I'm
feel
gonna,
free.
or just
Sorry. Go
the,
ahead, Sharon.
yeah, it was just the way you know, Jesse said, you just ask a question away, like you're looking for an honest response. And you know what? We're at 12.5% non-salary expenses. I have never seen such an extreme ratio because we've been stripping and stripping and stripping. And this is not at all about feeling, you know, feel sorry for us. The district offices, we're kind of struggling.
Yep.
We're kind of
Agreed.
struggling. And we're trying not to, there are things that need to be restored that we haven't dared ask for. Clearly, you know, we really could use more support in communications, and OTL really could use more support. We're trying our darndest to protect the director of data and information systems, because we think that's really important about how we can hold our systems accountable for progress and change and all of that. So in fact, it really, I think because we put the students first, we don't say more about, well, actually the district offices, like we're pretty lean, we're super
Yes.
lean.
Yes.
And people say, can you cut more administrators? And I look at the K-8s and I look at the high school, and there's just a lot going on that the adults without teaching assignments play critical roles on just being responsive to things that just, you know, that go awry.
Yeah, sure.
And you respond to it quickly and you put it away and it gets resolved and everybody goes back to the classroom, hopefully. We've
Well,
lost
yeah.
we've lost programs. We've lost world language. And as we look at reductions, and there's only more cuts, I don't think I can say there's more that's okay to cut. If there isn't funding, then we do cut. But I can't say that this isn't cutting into the fabric of what people expect PSB to deliver. And you know, for us to get from 12.8 to 7.1, we've trimmed. And as I've tried to point out, the dollars that we're looking for increases over the next 3 years are on average the same as the last 3 years. And that it's the town's capacity to be able to support our increases, which we have brought down, I think, as reasonably as we can, that are the issue. And as Mariah said, we need more time to work on some of the structural issues that are contributing to that. But at this point, I can't say, looking at it, you know, there's been a history of reductions to the point where we're at. Your district offices are very lean.
Right. I guess.
And
Yeah.
everything, we've been doing our best to save program for the students.
No, 100%. And
Yeah.
actually, even during those years, I mean, this is sort of like a structural problem you inherited and coming here 9 months ago or something. But please don't take this like a criticism. I know you guys
I don't think
the
so
team are
at
working
all.
very hard
Yeah.
and coming back to us every week with changes. And there's a lot of, you know, intentionality and thought and purpose in what you're thinking. My concern a little bit to your answer is that at the same time as these cuts have happening, as Val correctly pointed out, over quite a number of years, at the same time, we also have to, I think, agree that, you know, BHS students get into good colleges, their scores are great. They go, you know, we're rated as a very high performing high school in Massachusetts. So on one side, people are saying, and I think we need to say this out loud, which is why I am, that as these cuts have happened, the quality of our students coming out of our system, and I think Bob's talked to this over the last month or two as well sometimes, continues to like be ridiculously amazing. And so when people hear, well, what can we do? You know, we're being asked for more money because we're short, and it's obvious we will be if this doesn't pass. And I'm certainly praying that we get it right and get something to pass. The efforts that people have been putting in and the quality of kids in our district is at some unbelievable level that, you know, given the cuts and given the pressures, kids graduate and go on to do amazing things. So part of the I'll stop with this. Part of the philosophy or strategy that we have to craft is that those were done under extremely, you know, difficult conditions. If we cut more, there may come a point where the quality of our instruction, as you pointed out correctly, and the product, which are, you know, smart, engaged, critical thinking, data-driven students that can go into all kinds of careers, will be you know, potentially seriously impacted. That's another part of it, because we've had such success stories also as a lot of these things have happened. Thanks.
Thank you, Jesse. And I just thought we were having an honest exchange. I didn't feel.
Yeah, sure. Of course. I
Very
just wanted to
critical.
clarify. Yeah, of course. Thank you.
So I do think we're at a critical juncture where I'm not sure. Anyway, so let's go on to that. We'll finish up. I think there are 2 more slides. So next one, this one. All right. So this is the 4+1. The 4+1, that is our MTSS support. That most of the teachers are assigned to tutorial, but then there's also teachers assigned to math lab, world language lab, and other writing labs. So actually most high schools don't have this MTSS structure that BHS has. This is actually unique and really important, I think, for supporting students that don't get identified for specialized services, whether on a 504 or on an IEP. So this would be a huge loss. Next slide, please.
Bella, before you go on, you didn't talk about the
Yes.
first bullet on that slide. I know we talked about it a little earlier, but just the thing that Bob talked about, it going from essentially a 90 student teaching load to, you know, 150 plus. I think it's important that people understand the scale of what that means for their students' experience as well, the teaching experience and the student experience.
So this goes to, this is actually a layer of scaffolding, maintaining our class sizes. And as I said on 226 at the other meeting, when, you know, adolescents need a different kind of supervision and monitoring of all staff with students, because on a given day, you're going to see a student maybe 50 minutes. And if they are one of 90 versus one of 150, changes your capacity to just take in any changes in that student or reasons that you might want to check in or take good care. That's something that staff do regularly right now, and families appreciate that is happening. But you lose the capacity to personalize the supports, and whether it's emotional, social, or academic. Thank you, Mariah. Next slide, please, Betsy. These are
Sorry, Betsy,
more,
I'm sorry.
yeah.
Bob had one more thing. I know you can't see the hands in there. You'll wait? Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Bob's gonna wait?
He's gonna
Okay.
wait.
Okay, so in the K-8 class size, as I said, it's a little easier to determine in the K-8s than it is in the high school, but the average class size would go up to 30.3 students. And that's an increase of 56% from the current year.
Bella, could you talk a little bit about what a school looks like where over a third of the classrooms are closed? And I presume you and K-8 leadership have talked about whether or not, I'm sure you've talked about whether or not to close schools at this rate, at this scale of reduction. Could you talk about just what a school looks like, or whether or not you're closing schools, and then assuming that you're not, what a school looks like in this experience?
If in the hypothetical, if we were to close the school, is that what you're asking me?
Right, well, first off,
Yeah,
did you talk
okay.
about whether or not to close
Actually,
schools?
we did,
Uh-huh.
we did. And so we looked at a lot of things, and so obviously it was not an idea we brought forth. Mathematically, we could close a school, mathematically, just barely. But there's not a place where you can move a whole large cohort of students. It would be sort of a trickle impact. It would have a domino impact across all the schools. If you close one school, you would move students from that school to the next proximal schools, and then students from those schools to the next proximal. So you have a domino effect affecting all schools across the town. There's also, many of the schools house specialized programs, so then there was also the dilemma of where a specialized program would go. Currently, the specialized programs are intentionally placed geographically across the town to minimize the impact of incurring transportation expenses. So that's the other thought, is when you close a school, you want to spread things over to the neighboring schools so that you're not incurring transportation costs if you were to move students across further.
Very quick question.
In the savings, sorry, if in the
I just had a
savings for
question.
it,
Oh, I had a question about what you just said, but if you want to go on, that's.
okay, and then the savings you would get would be, the singleton positions. You wouldn't, you could eliminate a principal, the nurse, a librarian, the singletons that you need for every school. But essentially, you would need to keep the teachers and the classes essentially intact. And to be mindful that doing something like this would be so disruptive that you would want to try to maintain some supports to sort of stabilize that transition for students that were experiencing it. So we didn't bring it forth because we thought it would be so chaotic costing, and that the amount of savings wouldn't justify doing that. And in the face of reductions like this that we're describing, to add the chaos of closing a school is not something I think would be helpful. You would save some money, but not really, it wouldn't really impact the dramatic reductions that would need to take place.
Carolyn and then Sarah. Oh, sorry, Mariah's second question, then Carolyn.
If Carolyn, if yours is a follow-up on that, okay, whatever you want.
I don't think it matters.
Okay, my other question was, Bella, just if you could describe, to the extent you can describe it, sort of the experience of what it's like in a school in which, 30 or more than a third, almost 40% of the classrooms are no longer open.
Well, I was just thinking, this was a mathematic exercise. I'm not really sure how 30 kids are even going to fit into the classrooms. So there's that. I'm sure we'd be violating some of the classroom guidance rules that exist. And yeah, and then the idea of empty classrooms, it's just
depressing.
I can't imagine how it can be like demoralizing to have that and to be squished into the classrooms that you are filling. I don't know, Mariah, if you were looking for a different.
No, that's helpful. That's I appreciate that. You brought up things I hadn't even thought of.
Sarah and then Suzanne.
I thought if people are following along at home and can't really read the font size, that I might read out that this report shows that Hayes would have a class of 42 kids in the 5th grade and 49 in the 7th grade. Lawrence would have a 4th grade class, 2 4th grade classes of 41. Lincoln would have an 8th grade class of 41, and Runkle would have a 5th grade class of 51.
It's even more than the range, yeah. Just to be clear too, like this is a model, so people shouldn't assume that this is exactly how it's going to go and this is the current year enrollment and like things will change, but exactly those are the types of numbers that it
right. I mean, even at the average or a little bit above the average, 32, 33 kids, I don't know where we put them in a
And I missed
classroom.
Ridley at
I
46
think,
in 7th grade.
I think why it becomes so dramatic is, as I pointed out, that there are sort of necessary, we have to have necessary allowances for increases from year to year to year. And we've cut so much that these increases reflect sort of the bareness of what needs to happen from year to year. So if I'm saying we went from 12.8 to 7.1, and you're looking at the dollar amounts for the next 3 years versus the dollar amounts for increases of the last 3 years, when you don't fund that base and everything continues to grow, oh, I'm so sorry.
Are you okay?
Did we lose her?
I don't know. Bella? Okay, let me see if I can get her again.
Val, will you?
The superintendent is logging back in.
Betsy, did we know that Big is having scheduled maintenance tonight? Because someone told me that they were watching this and then it cut out and now they can't get back on again because it says Big has scheduled maintenance. You didn't know? Okay.
No,
I figured it was a surprise.
Heather was up here earlier.
I don't know. Yeah, okay. It's just too bad because people were watching and I think now they can't see what we're doing.
She's not here yet? We're almost to the end of the slides, so. Go ahead, Suzanne, make your comment.
Are we live?
We're live, I think. Well, as live as we are.
Good enough. Good. So I just wanted to comment a little bit. There is a wide range, and it has nothing to do with our guidelines. And so I don't know if we need new guidelines of what we would need to do, but it's so wide. And to have 49 children in a class would just be unsustainable in my mind. I don't know how you could do it. And I'm thinking in particular of all the hard work we've done in the last couple of years around sense of belonging and how that has really helped us in our work. The MTSS that we're still getting off the ground, but that would just be blowing in the wind. We wouldn't do that. We would have more referrals for special services because the children couldn't get what they need in a tier 1 setting that is so large. So it's more than just students in a seat.
Yep.
It's all the other things that go with it. And it would just be unsustainable.
Okay, Mariah, and then I think we have the superintendent back.
I was just gonna.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Sorry, Bella. I was just going to respond to Suzanne. Another thing that I think that there's a lot of like conversation in the community. Oh, well, when I went to school, there was 40 students or 35 students in a classroom. And it's important for people to understand that education today has a very different and the inclusive classrooms that we operate and the programs that we operate is very, very different, and the teachers have a very different sort of experience, and the students do. So we need to make sure, like 32 students in a classroom today is nothing like 32 students that it was in 1970 or whenever people were in school. So these numbers are just awful. One thing I do appreciate, Bella, is that at least from what I can tell on the all section, it looks like there was efforts to keep the K2 classes as small as possible, even if it meant some of the older, like, so you might have a very small, like I see in Hayes kindergarten and first grade, again, they're smaller numbers. None of this is all projections, but it's just helpful to think that, like, people are trying to show that we would be as responsive as we can to, like, our youngest learners and how to protect their sort of formative experiences.
There's such inequities. For instance, Baker would be 30 in a kindergarten class, and Hayes could do 19. I mean, the inequities.
It's tremendous, and I presume that there would be some sort of balancing effort at some point, to whatever extent, I don't know, because it is inequitable. But what I'm looking at is the overall averages of K through 2 are on the lower. I mean, they're still at 25 plus, I think, but they're not in the 30s like they are in the upper grades. So anyway.
Bella, just so you know where we are, we moved to your summary, your last slide.
Yes, it's all good. I received a FaceTime call from my son and it bopped. It lost my hotspot, my personal, so I had to redo that. So this is the summary. It would be total staff reduction of 210 FTE. And so in the FY27, we did our best to avoid the classroom sections by looking at program, but after that, in year 2 and 3, it goes directly to the class sizes for K-8 and for the high school. I also want to note, like, if say you don't fund FY27 and you somehow think you'll fund FY28, 29, and 30, the growth that you will need or the increases will still be there, but you won't be able to recapture what you lost if FY27 isn't funded. So I feel just the scale of it, trying to recapture. So part of these year-to-year increases and fully funding them year to year is an investment in gradual growth on that base. So once you lose a year and all the reductions that go with it, it's almost impossible to imagine financially how you retrieve that. And Mariah, maybe you're better explaining what I just described.
I mean, I think you captured it really well, but the point is, for example, if we end grades 6 through 8 world language, it's not coming back magically in the following year. And, just to point out, we've already had to end K through 5. So, like, world language is done at that point. There isn't some, as you say, these budgets, they're mutually supportive. They grow on each other. And similarly, when a cut goes, the cut percolates through the entire multi-year budget.
So if you lose the say the what you would have done in FY27 to fully fund it, and you try to cover the increases in FY28, 29, and 30, you're not going to retrieve the base you lost, the investment in that base. So that's the last slide.
Thank you.
believe
Donna, we have some questions still, I think, in the room. Donna?
Thank you so much, Bella, and thank you for doing this while you're abroad. I wanted to ask a question for people who are thinking that that shifting to a middle school model would alleviate some of what we just saw on the slides. Is it accurate to say that that shift would also take time, and so it wouldn't necessarily dig us out of what we're looking at, what we should be expecting for the next couple of years if an override does not pass?
I think absolutely it's a model we should look at. It's hard to say how much it would save or not save until we actually do the modeling. So it's possible, but I couldn't tell you yay or nay
But
until we actually go
Would,
into
I
it.
guess what my question is more that shifting to a
It
middle
takes
school
time.
model would take some time anyhow. So
Yes.
it's not like we could press a button and be in that model for FY '28. Is that accurate or?
Right.
Yeah, so I will
Yes.
say just as we looked at what closing a school would look like, I thought maybe we could see if there were some quick fixes on middle school just to promote equity there. And I guess I got far enough to understand that it wasn't a quick fix, that it
Right,
would take
yeah,
time.
I would second that, Bill. You know, in discussing this with Sadafa and the future subcommittee over the last couple of months, to Donna's question, Donna, this is like a 5 to 10 year possible thing if it ever happens. So this would require a ton of work and would not provide us any benefit in the next 3 years, really. This
And
business
just to
of
be
talking
clear,
about the,
just to be
yeah,
clear,
well,
it might not give us benefit ever, right? Like, it might not give
I
us
understand
benefit.
that. Yeah. What? Sorry, absolutely, Val. What I meant to answer Donna's question though is that the the amount of work it would take to prepare, say, laboratory space, as Bella pointed out, to go from 24 to 36 or something, and the amount of wall movings and everything would be an incredibly expensive thing. May not even ever be approved by town. So it's an idea that could potentially save us something a long time from now if it's ever approved. And so that's the middle school model is not a solution in the short term, as well as solar panel generation on school and town buildings is not a FY 27, 28 savings kind of thing. It's just not going to happen quickly enough to address the kind of issues that we're talking about here. And again, I'll just reiterate that some of the comments I'm hearing are not at all what I think is going to happen. In other words, that's why I asked my question before of like intermediate kind of projections, somewhere between everything we get and nothing we get. The nothing we get, I really don't think is going to happen. People are sort of used to going through overrides every 3 years. And the question really is how persuasive, direct, and transparent can we be in explaining why we're going to need the money we're asking for? If it's everything, yeah, that could be, as we've discussed extensively in the RSC, that could be something where a lot of voters are going to say no. No one's going to say, so that's why maybe when Chaz talks with us, he'll give us some idea about how the structure of it could look in terms of it being potentially even multi-choice, so that people understand. John Van Scoyac mentioned it today as well, that there are potentials for the select board to present the override as some other features. I'm not going to say menu and sort of waterfall-like, but that there are a couple of approaches that we're all trying to think about that would address the issues, request a substantial portion of the money we need, and do it in a way that we can persuade and bring voters along with us. We understand that this is not at all what anybody wants for what we're seeing in this presentation time. Thank you.
Thanks. Bob?
Yeah, thank you, Val. As we embark on this very challenging process and pretty dark issues that we face, I want to place it in a larger context. I shared with the school committee and others back about a month or two ago a report that was published in October by the Massachusetts Municipal Association. I have it in front of me. It's called A Perfect Storm. Cities and Towns Face Historic Fiscal Pressures. And the report goes on to describe the devastating cuts that are being made and have been made and will be made under the present fiscal circumstances that we face in the state of Massachusetts and in local cities and towns. I encourage, Brookline is like the second smartest community in the world, right? That's what. After Berkeley. Bethesda, Maryland. We usually come out 2, maybe 1. Anyway, we got a smart community here, and I encourage people who are watching out there in the peanut gallery to take a look at this report. The Mass Municipal Association is an incredibly credible organization, and this report is a really comprehensive look at the fiscal pressures that cities and towns in Massachusetts face. They also have some recommendations. So I encourage people to take a look at this, because what it says is that Brookline is not alone. And I think we have to unfortunately say we're not alone. Everybody's in this kind of a situation. And instead of blaming, different things for the mess that we are in and face, it's just, the word structural deficit has been used over and over and over again. It's true. And over the next few years, the state of Massachusetts is going to have to be much more creative than we have been now, up until this point. So I want to place it in a context that, this is not a time to blame Brookline for whatever issues people perceive having to do with the operation of the school. Today, Bella Wong is our superintendent of schools. There is no superintendent in Massachusetts better equipped to deal with fiscal pressures than Bella Wong. And in a very short amount of time, we've watched how she's marshaled her team and did this incredible analysis and made recommendations that are as competent as you will find. And I just want Brookline to know that we are fortunate to have Bella and her team, and we are not alone in facing this crisis. Suzanne, Sarah talking about these crazy class sizes. It's outrageous, and it's devastating, just like the report says. So we have a context. Let's pay attention to the context, and maybe there's some hope over the next few years that we will respond as a state as well as a local community to address these very critical issues. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Did we lose Bella again? No, she's there.
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay.
But can I say thanks to the team then, since Bob mentioned
Of
them?
course.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Have an incredible team. But Susan Givens really, really dug deep, and provided so much of the analysis for us, along with Mariah's support, your support, other support of other members helping us along the way. But I just want to thank the senior leadership team, the principals. Hal did a lot of work too for the high school, and Anthony. But all of our K principals have been really great in providing narratives and impact. And but Susan, by far, the work that she's had to do, just very much appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So we're moving on to item.
I have a question.
Yep.
Just kind of going back to, so update on the FY27 proposed budget. I guess that was built into this. This was long, so now I've a little bit lost track, and there was.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was the front.
We have the slides are failed override, but we had, so nothing has changed on the FY27 proposed budget.
Not since 6 days ago.
We didn't improve on the bottom line.
Yep.
Yes. And so what we did was just a further analysis that the impacts for FY28 and 29. That's what's new.
Okay, thank you. And so I guess I just have a question about kind of process from here. I'm just going to try and kind of put aside the no override scenario for a second and bring us back to here we are with the budget, going through the budget process, or considering leading up to a vote on approving that budget. So like a few weeks ago, Mariah had made a motion about restoring something that, like, I guess implicitly included would have been a trade-off unless it was increasing what the budget was. So what's the process going forward? And then we're continuing to kind of get answers to questions that we asked, and maybe new questions come up. Is there a process for discussing what's on the table in terms of the cuts?
I mean, I think that this has been the several meetings to do that, but I think
Well,
that
not
the superintendent, I think
Tonight
the
we just had an
superintendent has indicated that she and in previous meetings, and Bella, tell me if I'm wrong or if I'm misinterpreting you, that given the magnitude of the cuts for FY27 and certainly the out years, but sticking with FY27,
Yeah.
that you would want us to trust in the judgment of you and your senior leadership team and the reductions that you have embedded in the FY27 budget.
So yes, and our focus has been to protect the class sizes, and working that so everything reflects the work of the building principals all the way. But every time we approach the reductions, we look first at district level to see what we could do there. And then again, we distributed it 60-40 across the pre-K 8s and the high school, and it's based on the student enrollment where the students are.
And in case it's not clear, I'm not really looking to propose something else, but there are still questions about sort of some of what is in the budget, just in terms of like where the money goes and how it goes. So, and then tonight was a long presentation that was mostly about the no override scenario. So are we going to just continue to get like an FAQ document?
So I think the FAQ document will be updated as staff are able. And Mariah, correct me if I'm wrong, the 19th we need to vote a budget, correct?
I don't believe we need to. I believe it's in the calendar as the first possible vote. Is that something, am I remembering that right, Betsy? Yes. So we don't need to
Right.
vote it at that point.
What's the latest
I mean, the day before
town meeting?
town meeting, right, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
There are things that I still need to understand.
Susan Givens is raising her hand, so maybe, Susan, do you want to, Susan, you're really not supposed to be here, but go ahead.
Don't make it so punitive.
Thank you. Yes, we are going to need to take some action because we do have to go through the process of sending out non-renewals.
Yeah.
I believe we have an April 1 deadline.
Okay, so I guess I just have to say, again, it's not that I'm looking to make some other suggestions, or even necessarily trade-offs, which I guess came up before. But I still have questions about sort of how money flows and, well, I've been communicating the question. So it's a little sort of stunted when it's like an email and then an FAQ, and I'm always looking for the opportunity to have just discussion because I think we kind of get answers better that way. And
We can
sort
put a
of
little time on the 19th. We can put some time on the 19th for that when Susan's back with us.
Okay. And then
I
just
just would add, I hope we can put more than a little bit of time on, especially if it's the night we're voting and it's like
Maybe we're voting, or maybe we're
I
voting
know, but
them.
if we're theoretically voting, everyone should have the chance to have their questions aired in
But we
advance.
might also vote on the 26th.
And last year, we had also had a session that was exclusively dedicated to budget, and I don't think we did that this.
Yes, we did. That's the 19th.
Oh, good, okay, so then but then that's not a little bit of time.
Well, it's the entire.
Yeah, okay, perfect.
and sorry, Donna, just
Can
once.
Sorry, I just want to point out, I don't know if you know that Chaz is online.
Yeah, he's next up, but we're just finishing up
Okay,
on this
got
budget
it.
piece.
And
All right,
just
thanks.
generally speaking, my response, part of my response to the presentation we just had is I just feel obligated to say, I feel a responsibility to say, we really have to be at the same time that we're contemplating these big impacts. I think we do ourselves and the public a disservice if we are not at the same time really taking seriously potential non-programmatic structural types of changes, some of which have been, alluded to, and not sort of, I'm hearing a lot of like, that wouldn't make a difference. That couldn't happen. That couldn't happen. Something is going to happen.
So
Otherwise, we
if you're- if
are,
you're-
otherwise we are counting on overrides forever and running the risk of these kinds of impacts in the event that an override fails. So I just want to kind of put that out there again, and I think I've said it before. So
You have,
at
and you
at
sit
some
on.
po- at some point, you know, we can keep doing what we're doing and nibbling around the edges forever and have death by 1,000 cuts, or we can seriously contemplate other things. So I hope that'll happen too.
And I know that you attend most of the ERSC meetings, and Mariah's on schools, Jesse's on towns, I was on futures. There's going to be a document that lists many things to look at and study. So, and that have been worked on for the last 9+
Almost a year.
Yeah, almost a year. So
Yeah.
I think there's going to be a roadmap for
Okay.
both town and schools for structural changes,
Yeah.
revenue avenues to look at,
Okay.
things within the buildings, our buildings, other buildings, model changes, benefits, you know, all those sorts of things.
Yeah.
Solar, and whether that is going to bring some savings to our energy costs. All of these things are, I think, going to be in a roadmap document that comes out of ERSC that will guide us as a town, you know,
Okay.
really probably through the
That's
next
helpful to
decade.
hear you describe it as a roadmap. So that's interesting. Thanks, Val.
Can I ask?
Donna, yeah.
I just have, I think, sort of just a process question, so hopefully it's quick. So when we vote on either the 19th or the 26th, we're voting on a successful override budget and a failed override budget, is that right?
I think we only do, my recollection of what we did for the last override was that we just did one budget. We did what our request was. We did our budget request. And we did not do a failed override budget. So because
Right.
one, we don't know if it'll be 0 or it'll be something else. I mean, there are just so many pieces of that. So I the last time there was an override, we did one budget. It was the one that we had agreed on with some sort of similar cuts, but we did not do 2 budgets.
So I'm asking because that will shift. I think it sounds like Carolyn has some outstanding questions, and I understand everyone is working super hard, so I'm happy to be patient. But so I will limit my outstanding questions to successful override scenario, right? That's all I need to understand in order to take the vote.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Betsy, will you confirm, do you mind confirming with us, like, what it looked like last time? Because I don't remember, I'm not saying you're wrong, I just don't remember, and I would love to.
Yeah, the vote.
Right,
the
what we
vote that we
did.
took for.
Yeah, just a refresh of the memory of what we did last time, that presumably was the right thing. Thank you.
So moving on to number 4E, we have Town Administrator Chaz Carey here to talk about structures of possible overrides, and of course Superintendent Wong is still with us as well.
Thank you, Chair, and to the committee. Thank you very much for having me. Good to see you all. I apologize for not being in person. I just was down at the Baker School, actually, talking about Budget 101 on the town side, and it was a great discussion. So thank you. I've been asked to come around to talk about the potential structures of an override and what you could do and what would be the potential choices that the select board ultimately faces in putting a question on the ballot. Broadly, the select board has wide latitude to put ballot questions to the voters. Their deadline is March 31st at 11:59 p.m. They are meeting that night, for the record, so it could well come down that night. And historically in Massachusetts, overrides have been structured in one of two ways. Either there is one of three ways. There's a cafeteria override where a number of small questions are put on the ballot for specific programs, specific purposes. Do you want to spend money for X? Do you want to spend money for Y? Do you want to spend money for Z? That has not historically been Brookline's practice, and that has not been the subject of any significant discussion at expenditures and revenues. The sort of cafeteria override, item by item, has not been discussed. Similarly, even a sort of higher level version of that, where there's one vote for the schools and one vote for the town, has been brought up, but it hasn't been seriously discussed. Right now, the discussion at expenditures and revenues has been on a unitary ballot question for both town and schools. And the question has been, how do we then have that impact reflected on the voters? And so in some communities, there have been what's called a tiered override, where they ask question, for example, 1A, 1B, and 1C. And they say, question 1A says, do you want your taxes to go up by $5 million? Question 1B says, do you want your taxes to go up by $10 million? Question 1C says, do you want your taxes to go up by $15 million? And at the bottom of this, it says, whatever the highest number is that commands a majority is what the tax is the amount by which your taxes will go up. And so if, for example, 1A gets 60% support, 1B gets 55% support, and 1C gets 48% support, 1B passes and the tax levy increases by $10 million. That has been the subject of discussion at expenditures and revenues. In fact, and at the select board as well. The select board has been talking about needing to see options on the table. ENRC has been similar. They've been talking about tiers and this tiered override model as an option. The other sort of variable to consider here, which is unique to Brookline, is that historically Brookline has laid out overrides as a 3-year promise. And what they've said is, we will increase the tax levy, the total amount that can be taxed, by a certain amount. Say, for the sake of argument, it's $15 million. In year one, the actual taxes taken will only go up by $5 million. Same in year two, same in year three. And the result of that will be that it phases in over time, and there's less of an impact, or less of a shock to the taxpayer when the tax bill comes in year over year. And that's a commitment that's made, but it's not reflected in the ballot question. The ballot question still says, do you want to approve a $15 million override? And then in the explanation, there has to be the discussion of, the town has promised that we're only going to see it go up by $5 million, an additional $5 million year over year. What's on the table and is being discussed at expenditures and revenues is a slightly different model, a model in which a larger amount is taken in year one. That is, you put an override on the table for $15 million. You actually take that money in year one. You tax to the maximum of the levy. You collect that $15 million, but you don't spend it all. You save some of that money. For example, here, going back to the previous example, you only spend $5 million of it, and you put $10 million of it in a stabilization fund. And the purpose of that stabilization fund is to avoid cuts and to fund operations in the following years of the override. If, for example, there's going to be a broader deficit, this is a way to control for that cost. Now, the obvious downside to that structure is if things don't change by the time the override cycle expires, you're left with a larger structural deficit than you were before. Again, to use that example, say that your actual deficit is $20 million, but you're only taxing to 15, well, you're just papering over that $5 million hole. You're using the reserve fund to cover that deficit. And then when the time comes to deal with it, you'll still have to deal with it unless something has changed structurally in how your community does business. So I want to pause there. Are there questions, comments, concerns about anything that I've just said there?
I don't think so. You have a lot of ERSC watchers at the table here.
I know. Just want to make sure, like, the basics are covered. So with that said, yesterday at NRSC, I presented in response to the committee's request, preliminary draft of what a tiered override structure would look like. And then today, in response to the feedback that I received both yesterday and today at NRSC, I made some revisions. So those are being displayed for the first time tonight. You were the first audience to see them, reflecting the concern that at the lowest number, the town's number was unchanged. And so, Betsy, is it okay if I share my screen?
Yes. She's going to give you screen sharing.
So at NRSC, 3 options were presented yesterday in response to the select board's feedback and NRSC's feedback. And I said when these were originally presented that if I had, if I were, able to, make this sort of overarching decision, I would really only present 2 of these, which is tier 3 and tier 2. So tier 3 here is a proposal for a $24 million levy increase that is phased in over time. This has not changed from what ENRSC saw yesterday. So the school side, because of, and pause and say, these numbers on the school side are not the most current numbers. They're not presented, but they're close. And so we will update this with the school's most current numbers, but these are from last week.
Those are right, Chaz.
Are they?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought that you had mentioned that there was some change there, but okay. So those are good. And so you can see here that this is structured like a more traditional Brookline override. The total amount on the ballot would be $23,967,137, but it would be phased in over time. And so there would only be a certain amount of additional tax put on the voters year over year. And this would satisfy the obligations of the schools through FY29. It leaves FY30 an open question. So this would get us through FY29. The town is, again, structuring it in the way that we talked about, this alternative way where that money is taken all at once and then used to fund a reserve. So the town's number doesn't go up in FY28 and 29, but in order to defray the sticker shock on the voters, the school's number is broken up. And so ultimately, this results in taxes going up. The delta between the current fiscal year and the end of FY29 is 18.5%. Now, what I've put here for reference is if there's no override, taxes will still go up an estimated 11.3%. These 2 numbers are estimates. These 3.1 numbers are estimates, but they're based on past practice. Why is that 5.1 so high? This year, a large amount of excluded debt is coming online, debt that voters agreed in the past to take on for example, fire stations, the Pierce School, the Driscoll School, et cetera. So this year, even if there's no override, taxes are going up by a significant amount. And that's just something that the NRSC has asked us to keep in the background as we develop these options. So this is a traditionally structured Brookline override, but the number, the ultimate bottom line number, is a large number. I'll pause here. Are there questions on this?
Chaz, I have an arcane question. Are we still bonding for Driscoll in 27? I would have thought that the entire Driscoll bonding would have occurred already.
My understanding is we have one more round of Driscoll.
Oh, okay.
I have a question, Chaz. And sorry if you said this and I missed it. So the total levy increase from FY26, override or no override? What?
No override is 11.3.
And then with override is 18.5.
And you're saying that that is inclusive of the debt service? Okay.
Bella,
Sorry, I have one more question.
I
And
just so Chaz was Chaz was right. The numbers need to be adjusted slightly. And I just wanted to make sure everyone knew that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it's 18.3 now, not 18.6.
Oh, yeah, I'm just trying to understand sort of how like I've seen the chart in the town's financial plan that shows the debt service. I don't know if there's one in there that shows the debt service as a proportion of our tax or a proportion of revenue from real estate taxes. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm formulated my question yet.
Okay, we can come back to it. Chaz, do you want to move on to the next tier?
Val,
Sure.
Or the next one?
just have a
Sorry,
question.
Bob might have a question.
Just quick. Chaz, what's the number that would allow us to end the third year not in a deficit?
This one.
The number that allows you to end the third year not in the deficit. This is it. Now,
Sorry.
the problem is what happens in FY30. In this case, this gets you to FY30, but it doesn't get you through FY30. So that's an open question.
Right, this is what I mentioned, Bob, about an hour ago when we were discussing what happens after FY29. This is that answer that Chaz just shared.
Thank you.
That it only gets us as far as 29, and then I referenced, do we hit a cliff sort of at that point? Because we're not coasting, we're working very hard to provide basic funding and support for everything, but even if we fully fund the override, this is, and Chaz, correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, you're the one who tutored me on this, that will be probably sitting at an abyss in 29, talking about what to do for 30, 31, 32.
Yes, I think the situation in 31 and 32 is going to be different because that is what when we are targeted to fulfill our pension obligations. It's when the overall burden for debt service as a portion of the levy starts to go down.
Right. That's
so
right.
There will be some structural changes that will grant some relief, really beginning in 31. Again, knock on wood, assuming that, bottom doesn't fall out of the market, which is very much a possibility. We do think that there are changes afoot in the first years of the next decade that are going to bring some relief into the budget. The question is, how much relief? How are we going to satisfy our outlying obligations? There are a lot of long-term structural issues that we need to think about here as we are going into this potential override cycle. So I don't want to go out there and say, in FY31, our problems are solved. We just have to get there. I want us to be realistic about the fact that in FY31, our situation changes for the better, and we need to have hard conversations about how to capitalize on that without losing financial stability in the future.
Okay. Can we go to tier 2, Chaz?
Yeah.
So, sorry, Susan's hand is up. Susan?
I just wanted to clarify that none of these tiers addresses FY30.
Yeah.
And in fact, tier 2.
Right.
this one sort of does.
Correct.
This is the tier that tries to put us on firmer financial footing in FY30. So this tier asks for less money overall, but it requires the town and the schools to take the total amount up front. So it would be a significant increase in people's taxes in FY27. And it would result in a total levy increase in 1 year of 11%, not including the CPA, which is an additional 1% surcharge. So you're talking about 12% increase in people's taxes. That will then have less impact in the out years, so only a total of 17.9%. Contrast that with 18.51%, doesn't seem like much, but when you put that in real dollar terms, it is, a significant amount of money. And what this does is it supposes that the schools operate a similar model to what the town is proposing. Tax to the maximum, take the money you don't need and put it in a stabilization fund. Get whatever return on the investment that you can, put it in a money market account. This assumes 2% growth conservatively. Again, it's not going to add up to say, interest is not going to save us here, but at least it will contribute somewhat. And then, bank that revenue, build up a reserve fund, and then stabilize yourself going into FY30. This gives the schools $6 million of reserve funding going into FY30. And given that in the other scenario, the potential gap that the schools are facing in FY30, if nothing changes, is between $12 and $13 million. This gives meaningful relief to the schools on that front and buys the time necessary for the town and the schools to work on the things structurally that we've been talking about and that ENRSC has been talking about. The healthcare split, utility costs, shared services, all of those things that can result in benefits to both town and schools and savings to town and schools that we have to then build out over this 3-year period. It will basically turn FY30 into a bridge year, a year in which we have to say, how are we going to get through this to a period of greater stability in FY31 and beyond? But it makes it feasible. It transforms it from a gap that pretty much falls for another override into something that gives the schools in the town optionality. So this is the model that gets you to that point where you're not automatically saying to the voters, we're going to be coming back to you in 30 for another override.
Okay, I hear quiet, so I think tier 1, Chaz?
Okay. So the select board, members of the select board I've talked to have asked for 3 tiers, and the rationales for that vary. And I will say again, right, in an ideal world, I would just put tier 2 and tier 3 up there. I would not put tier 1. But I also think it's important to the point that several ENRC members have made, and the point that several of you have made. It's important to set a baseline and say this is the bare minimum that we can do, but it doesn't leave us in a good place. And that's what tier 1 is. It assumes, again, that we are in the same place where we are banking our money, town and schools. It assumes a 10% reduction in the town ask. That's a little over 10%, actually. It drops from 5.31 to 4.77. That gives additional headway to the schools. And it allows them to, under the current situation, wind up roughly the same place as the town is, which would be needing to make an additional $500,000, a little over $500,000 in reductions to get us through FY29. Now, as I said to ENRSC, the reason why this number is 16.2 is because it puts the total levy increase at 9.97, just under 10%, which was a target that some members of ENRSC asked us to try and meet. figure out a way to get total taxes to go up by no more than 10%. Now, I will be clear, this leaves out the CPA. The CPA is a separate assessment. It's not something that we track when we talk about the levy because it's an automatic increase. So this does wind up putting the average tax bill up more than 10%. But again, psychologically, we're talking about this barrier of being able to say that we're not going up by more than 10%. This gets you there with this $16.2 million. And with the town reducing its ask by 10%, it leaves more options for the schools. I do think that we are going to see at least some changes in our healthcare bills and in what the state provides us in FY27 in terms of local aid. I don't think those numbers are going to be seismic. So I want to set expectations. I don't think we are going to see a significant reduction in healthcare costs based on what the GIC is thinking about. Right now, the only thing they've committed to is cutting coverage for GLP-1s. And they have said that they are cutting coverage for GLP-1s because they want to bring the drug companies to the negotiating table in order to restore them in future years. So we will see whether or not this cut is even a permanent cut versus a negotiating tactic. But the other things that would have given significant relief to the budget, but also put a significant burden on our employees were things like raising copays, raising maximums, raising hospital bill, emergency room charges, et cetera. And the governor asked the GIC to put those on pause, and the GIC has. So I don't think we're going to see much relief beyond that from the GIC. I don't think we're going to see much relief beyond what we currently have now from the State House in terms of the House Ways and Means budget. But historically, the House Ways and Means budget has tended to net us $100,000. So the actual break-even number here, when the town ask was still 5.31, was around 17 million.
What is it
and
now,
so-
Chaz? So if it's with a reduced 4.77, what is that break-even number?
I haven't had the chance to run that number. I will do that for you, but I haven't had the chance to do it. It's lower than 17 million. I would estimate it's around 16.5.
That's what Mariah
Well,
just said.
actually,
You and
It's
Mariah,
actually-
I
it's
think.
probably-
Chaz, I was mumbling to Val, it's about 16.5, and then you said it. So we're on the same wavelength.
There you go.
So 16.5 would get us without either the town or schools having a gap, but the difference would be there would be like 10.2% of a total levy increase as opposed to below the psychological 10. Is that what?
Oh, that won't do it. There you go. That pencil's.
Is that Mariah doing that?
No,
me.
that's Chaz doing that.
Oh,
So
okay.
that to me looks like a better number, but I know it's 10.06.
It looks like a better number to me too. What I'm saying is, we're going to have more information about this when House Ways and Means
Yeah.
comes out, which is imminent, and when the GIC votes, which should be within tomorrow, Friday. So we'll have more information about whether 16.2 is sustainable and puts us in a situation more like this one.
Thank you. Any questions for Chaz on this one? Okay.
Sorry, we're having separate
Yeah.
math conversations.
Any questions for Chaz? Jesse?
Jesse's hand.
Thank you. Sorry, let me just turn the video on. Yeah, Chaz, I just wanted to say thank you and with deep affection for what you are sharing with us tonight. Thanks. That's all.
Okay, Mariah?
We know what's gone in to make this happen, and this is astounding. So thank you.
Chaz, I also did it disappear? Sorry. I want to say thank you as well, and I think that I have concerns, obviously, particularly about this tier for where it leaves us in FY30, and how it will leave us in FY30. I think we had an earlier conversation that you weren't here about, and it was about structural changes and structural drivers of revenues and expenses. And this one, I think, does the least to structurally support the revenues in the long term, while it does solve the immediate needs. So that's my concern about it, and I appreciate that you said, it's not something you would like to, it's not the one you would choose to bring. But I do appreciate all the work that you've done to present the different options and to give all of the committees considering this the information that they need to be informed.
Thank you very much, Chaz, for presenting this again, and thank you for looking at that slight reduction on the town ask so that we can perhaps make this work for everybody without a deficit, at least in FY29. So I appreciate you looking so closely and sharpening pencils on this.
Did I hear Chaz say earlier that he favored 3 and 2?
Yes,
Okay.
you did. Would you like the last word, Bella, on this?
No, I appreciate that the number was changed in tier 1, but I know that the town is. I'm sorry, I just know the town really tried hard to get to that other number and has been holding it, so I don't know what this means.
Bella, I agree with
for them.
you. I find it like
Okay.
I'm concerned too. I mean, like Chaz, like you are taking a lot of cuts to offset your ask already, and it's not that I
Right.
don't think that like I was concerned about the schools being in the hole, but I'm also concerned about what this represents in terms of quality of services for town residents as we think about all the cuts you are already making to achieve your 5.3 number. So.
So I just wasn't comfortable letting the moment go without saying that.
I 100% agree. With that
Is
said,
this shared yet, Chaz, or is this going to come to us later? This
this will come to the NRSC later.
tomorrow?
This is
Thursday?
yeah, this is the most recent version.
Can you just can you pop tier 2 back for a second? Because I'm looking at that 477. What is it? In tier 2, does that increase?
Tier
No.
2 is
Yeah.
actually- In tier 2 is actually
Okay.
higher.
So that's about
It's-
300K more. I see. Okay. I didn't catch that before. I might have had something covering that column. Okay. Thank you very much. Now I see it. Okay.
And in this instance, the town number actually goes up slightly because we're talking about the same thing. We're talking about floating FY30, ensuring that we have the funds that we need to move through this. This also solves your problem and John Doggett's problem, Jesse, about how to put some more money into roadways.
Yes. Well, yeah, it's small, but this protects
right.
the
It's not
sustainability. Maybe is this
Right.
also including sustainability and
right.
tree
This
bylaw?
This protects sustainability and tree bylaw. The other one, makes some cuts.
Yeah, I get that. Sure. Okay.
I
No, I
think
just
this-
didn't see the bill. Okay, thank you.
This one's better for all of us in FY29, right?
Oh, sure.
This is a huge improvement. I mean, I
Yeah.
think, pound for pound, right?
Right.
So tier 3 is the let's ask for everything. Let's put it all out there. This is really what the gap is in order to provide the services that you want us to provide. And it's a huge number. But the feedback we keep getting, even from committee members who are supportive very much of the schools and what they do, is give us a number with a 1 in front. This feels like tier 2 feels like the best of both worlds to me because it solves, or at least mitigates the issues that we are going to face in FY30 when the bill comes due. And it allows, it gives us runway and it lets us put question with a 1 in front of it to the voters. Feedback that I get though is, yes, what does an austerity budget look like? What does the bad outcome look like that's not 0? I keep getting that question. How, if you had to go down to X, what would you do? What would you do? And what I've said in response to that is, I don't want to engage in that exercise without 1, the town and the schools doing it together, and 2, an understanding that it is just that, an exercise. Because what I worry about is the same thing that Bella worries about, which is once you start putting a menu of options out there, it becomes sort of a political knife fight. It's what you experienced last year on the school committee, where you wound up in an untenable position. And I don't mean that I don't mean that in a derogatory way. I mean that in a sympathetic way. Your position was really untenable. You found yourself staring at that 2 point something million dollar gap and being faced with a menu of options. And every night you got yelled at by a variety of constituents who told you not to cut anything else. And you had to come to the select board. And the select board had to make decisions on that. And it wasn't fair to you. It wasn't fair to the people involved. And it wasn't fair. It wasn't fair. You were left in a really tough situation. And so when I think about, that exercise, and being asked, well, assume that you have to do this, what would you cut? I can do that exercise, have done that exercise internally. I am ready for that conversation. I don't think it's a healthy way to do business. I think it's healthier to do things the way that Bella is doing them, which is to say, at a certain point, you've got to trust that staff is doing everything they can to get to the number that is the bare minimum necessary to keep the lights on and provide the level of services you want to provide. So if I'm asked, will I do it? Yes. Do I think it's the right way to do things? No.
Thank you, Chaz.
I actually think we've been cutting. Yeah, thank you, Chaz. But I believe we've been cutting.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I meant, is that you've presented
Yeah, we've been cutting. Yes. So.
Okay, anything else on this item? All right, thank you, Chaz, for your time and for being here with us so late.
Thank you all for your work. Please reach out to me if there are any questions that I can answer, or if there's anything our team can do for you.
Thank you so much.
Good night.
Next, 5A. Robin, are you doing 5A for us? This is the course catalog changes for 26 to 27. Yeah, review, discussion, and possible vote, 5A1, or 5A little I, astrophysics, honors, and then the English learner transition English, bridging to mainstream English.
I move to approve.
Are you serious?
Seconded.
Okay.
Seconded.
Bob moves to approve and Jesse seconds. Are there questions?
I just have a question. Okay, you may not know the answer, Robin, but I read the blurb with intrigue.
Okay.
The last line says they will contribute to citizen science projects. And I'm curious, I don't think of citizen science projects as typically being astrophysics related. I think of them being like water testing in your local pond and stuff like that. So I'm just curious, do you know what kind of citizen science projects astrophysicists and budding astrophysicists would engage in? Because I'm really curious.
No, but I trust them.
Is this on? Oh, yeah, it's on. Okay. I can't give you a specific example. I think one of the things to note about this particular course is this is a course that is being sponsored by the Innovation Fund. So it's in development. So we have a course description here. It's the aspiration of what it will be as it's developed and then executed with students for the first time. It's really exciting because of the idea that this is another science elective that students could choose. So it's a semester course that they would take either in addition to another full year science course, so that be something else, or particularly as they get to be seniors, where they might have two semester courses counting as year-long science for them. So it's a course that's anticipated to have some great interest, and I know we have a lot of enthusiasm behind it.
Yeah.
If I had to guess, there are things like hunting for supernovas or hunting for comets that
That's correct, yes.
involve lots and lots of citizen scientists with low-powered telescopes searching the sky.
I was going to also add, Mariah, that there are radio astronomies. There are tapping into worldwide databases and generating experiments on black hole development. There are tons and tons of things that citizen scientists do with in the astrophysics community. And there's so many resources available for high schools, especially as Robin mentioned, in junior and seniors. So they're really just asking for the public's help to do research, right? And so it's patterns, it's computer processing, it involves learning what we learned about from the school, from the high school about 3 weeks ago on advances in computer science and algorithm development for students that'll position them better for this kind of thing. So this is just huge for them. There are lots and lots of things that they can do to help out.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor, second. Donna, how do you vote?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Carolyn?
Yes.
Bob?
Yes.
Jesse?
Love it, yes, thank you.
And I vote yes as well. Next is the English learner transition. Bob moves it.
I move that.
Is there a second? Suzanne
Sure.
seconds. Any discussion?
I
Okay.
trust Mindy Paulo.
Is this a
Me too.
mandated, is this a mandated change?
Yes.
So there have been
Yes.
some mandated changes by DESI, so that's the revision of the course, and that's why it's substantial enough that it's coming forward for vote.
Thank you.
Bob, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Carolyn?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Donna?
Yes.
Jesse?
I want to second Bob's endorsement of Mindy, and yes.
And I vote yes as well. Next, we have a first reading of the PSB Physical Restraint Policy, E2B. Any questions on the policy that was in your packets? And Karen's online for any questions that we have. Okay, Mariah?
Karen, thank you for making the edits we talked about. I was wondering whether you had the chance to run both this one and the next one by CPAC and whether there was any feedback or not yet.
I sent it to CPAC. I haven't had any feedback yet, but I will follow up with them.
Thank you.
Oh. Okay. Any other? No? Okay, so moving on to our first reading of the Administration of Medications in Schools and Delegation of Administration of Prescription Medications Policy, E2D, first reading. Any questions for Karen on this policy?
And actually, Tricia is joining us.
Oh, and Trisha's here too. Late night for you, Tricia. I'm so sorry too.
That's okay.
Any questions for Tricia or Karen? I just want to thank you, Tricia, for putting this together. It is fantastic, and appreciate your work on this and appreciate you being here tonight. And you clearly have done a fabulous job because nobody in this very verbose committee has any questions, and we usually have comments on everything. So I think that's it.
I'll just add there then, Val, I'll just add that in policy, we read through it and, it was thoroughly enjoyable in the sense of well put together, well organized, and covered all the, the A to Z that we needed to. So on policy, we were quite impressed and happy with the result. That's why it came up here so quickly. So thank you, Tricia.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, and have a good evening, Tricia. You can
Thank
say
you.
goodbye
Good
to
night.
us. Thanks. Moving on to 5D, request for grant acceptance, $5,735.90 from New England Dairy for the Food Service Department. Is there a motion to approve?
Can we move all 5 of these at once? They're all
We-
grants?
I don't think we can actually, because some are grant acceptance and some are applications.
Okay. Oh, sorry, okay.
And some are contracts, which we're going to skip over anyway.
Yeah.
So Mariah moves to accept. Is there a second? Suzanne
Sure.
seconds.
Yeah, great.
Jesse, how do you vote?
Yes.
Donna?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Carolyn?
Yes.
Bob?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. On 5E, the bus contract extension, that's expected to go to finance on 3/18 and then back to school committee on the 19th. So that will be something to look forward to at finance in 2 weeks. Number 5E, state earmark award in the amount of $122,000, review and discussion. Is there any?
I just want to say what great news.
Well, great news. Yeah,
Yeah.
this was done a while back, but yes, it's great news. Okay. We don't need a vote on that, but I'm glad that everybody saw it, and it's posted online, right, so that our viewers at home. Next up is 5G, request to approve grant submittal $16,700 application to the Brookline Community Foundation from BEEP. Any questions on?
I would.
I know normally this is how you do it, but we haven't had finance.
Yeah, exactly. Normally, these would go to finance first, but because of how everything's going, we just moved these to the full committee. So there's no finance recommendation.
So is there anybody moving to approve the grant submittal?
I will move to approve.
And Bob seconds.
Second.
Bob, how do you vote?
Yes.
Carolyn?
Yes.
Andy? Mariah?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Donna?
Yes.
Jesse?
Can I make one? We didn't have any time for discussion. I would just want to make a comment before I vote.
Okay,
If that's okay, Vel?
sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment as I read through everything, during the day. The last one in here, from the Boston Foundation.
We're not there yet, Jesse.
Oh, we're not?
No, we're at the beep.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're on the one before that. Yes.
You vote yes?
Sorry. Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
And I vote yes as well. Do we have another dairy? Okay.
Yes.
Oh, this is submittal. Okay, this is a submittal. So a request for the grant submittal for a $3,800 application to the New England Dairy from the Food Service Department. Is there a motion?
I'll move it. I'll just clarify. One was a bulk milk. The application was for
First one was bulk milk.
the first one was bulk milk, and this one is for panini.
This is for the
presses?
panini
Yeah.
machines.
So they're different, completely different programs. Same.
The opposite.
That's what I thought it was the opposite. I was going
It's
wrong.
the
with it.
opposite,
Yeah,
Jesse.
it's the opposite.
Panini
All right.
was the one that we approved.
Yeah.
For 57.35.
But they're different.
Mariah
I moved
moved
it.
it. Bob seconded it. Bob, how do you vote?
Yes.
Carolyn?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Donna?
Yes.
Jesse?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Next, we have a request to approve a grant submittal for $10,000 to the Boston Foundation from the Brookline High School Career Student Program.
I'll move it.
Mariah moves it, I second. Any discussion?
I just, one just comment that I wanted to bring out from, sorry I jumped the
Okay,
gun before.
Donna had her hand up and then you, Jesse. So
Fine,
Okay.
fine. I can
Okay, go ahead, Donna.
Sorry, Jesse. I just want to say very clearly that I do support this program and the students that it serves. LGBTQ plus students and every student in Brookline and beyond Brookline deserves safety and belonging and strong support. I had brought some questions forward about the fiscal clarity in this grant proposal. Given our dire financial landscape, I asked several questions to understand how staffing for this work would be structured, and I was told that information wasn't available for this discussion. So it's hard for me to understand how those pieces fit together or what the longer-term staffing expectations might be. And for me, I would need a clear line of sight into both the programmatic benefits and the staffing implications of any initiatives that we approve as part of my sense of responsible governance. So I want to be upfront and say, because I don't have that clarity, I'm going to be voting no on this request.
So I just want to clarify that the program director did inform us that this involved no stipends and no salaries. This is just for materials, food, field trips, things of that nature. There are no staff implications
I
in this
thought she
grant
said in her
application.
response that you need to ask Helen Anthony about the implications for the plus ones. That was her.
Plus one is not implicated in the grant submission.
I think she was responding to your questions about, like, because you had brought her staffing questions, and she said you need to ask them about the staffing questions. This application does not have any staffing implications in it. The application that they had to submit to the Boston Foundation, they're required to describe the program more broadly, and so that's why a lot of the materials we were provided talk about, like, the staff and how it works and blah, 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 but the actual funding that they're requesting is not for those things. The funding, it was an itemized, Betsy, was this a
pretty
separate?
itemized. It's there for food.
It's on the back two pages, Mariah, it
Yeah,
has the
yeah,
all
so it's-
10,000
you can
are
see
all
those
activities.
things and there's
Right,
no
but there are staffing implications to those programs, aren't there? Because they, in their description.
What wouldn't happen if this grant is not funded is that they wouldn't have field trips and they wouldn't have food and they wouldn't have money to pay for a speaker series, essentially. And then there's, I think, a workshop that's done as well.
But I still want to understand what the staffing implications are. So for me, it's not
But
clear.
there aren't staffing implications from this application. This is a grant application that we are reviewing that has no additional staff
Yeah.
These are pizzas and ice cream and a picnic for middle schoolers that had been funded by the PTO as extras, as niceties for their programming. And they are now looking for a different funding source to rotate out of the PTO's funding cycle. Carolyn?
I think what's confusing, because I was also confused by some of the descriptions, and I'm already a little confused because, okay, so we know that there's 1+1 for QSP currently at the high school. Then this application talks about course releases. So I don't understand to begin with, like the staffing aspect. I think that means that somebody
Robin's got
teaches.
this for you.
I think I can answer it.
Okay.
Hopefully I can bring some clarity.
Maybe I can finish
So-
maybe I can
Oh,
finish
yeah,
my
go ahead.
question first. Thanks. So I understand that to mean that somebody teaches 3 classes, has a +1, and has a course release. And the way that this is written, it says we're seeking partnership. This would allow us to bridge to secure a permanent line item position within the district's long-term operating budget. So I guess I just would have that always concern about whether we're looking at something that's one-time funds for ongoing expenses. And again, like the way it's written, it says the current support is the Public Schools of Brookline provides course releases. And I understand that that's not part of this, but I'm trying to understand whether this is one-time funds that for something that then next year comes back and we're under,
It's one-time funds for the pizza that will be eaten and the
well, it
lecture-
says
the
to
lecture that will
secure
be
a
given.
line item position in the
That
district.
is not what the grant application is for. They are describing a program more broadly, and I think Robin can.
Yeah, I think that part of the application is like, as Val says, they have to describe the program more
Yeah.
broadly and what some of their challenges are as a program. The request is really for the things that are at the end, the $10,000.
understand.
The way that it's staffed right now, so there are 2 individuals. One has, I think for next year, I think currently they're both under the Innovation Fund. Next year, one position is under the Innovation Fund, so that's a course release under Innovation Fund, and one will be a +1. One was absorbed into the +1 schedule, so that they still.
We're told that one is a +1 currently.
Okay, so wasn't totally my understanding. from the
Okay.
way- So right now, I believe there's a course release for 2 people being funded by Innovation Fund.
So
For
that
next
means
year,
that they
yeah.
teach 3 courses in their subject area.
I'd have to look at, I just know that one that they're doing this work is funded through the Innovation Fund.
And I'm trying to understand what course release means because I just want to make sure I understand the nomenclature.
Right, so that course release is always under Innovation Fund, is, again, my understanding is I'm understanding the landscape of it. And currently, this current year, 2 positions are being covered by the Innovation Fund. Next year, one of those positions will be covered by the Innovation Fund, and one will be a +1 in their schedule, so.
So right now, 2 people teach 3 classes
I'd
under our
have
contract.
to look at their specific schedule, because.
Okay,
whether
I guess but the
right.
implication of a course release is that you teach 1 fewer course.
Right.
Under your contract.
Well, could it be that it's one fewer course in your core area? Because my understanding is that
They're
there are a
both social
couple of,
studies
that there's a wellness, right, that there's a wellness class that is taught, that is a queer student program wellness class.
That could be, but those aren't the 2 people that are the leaders of this program. So I don't know all of the parts of it, but I do know, like, as they're doing this, they're describing just their overall challenges. And so
Yep.
in next year's budget is what I'm saying is one is a +1, one is covered by the Innovation Fund. And what they're asking for in their grant application is really some of the things that they have been currently getting from places like PTO funding and things like that to
Yeah.
cover opportunities for kids participating. Like we said, cover cost of field trips, bring in a speaker, or pizza for.
And then, so
special
what does
lunches.
it mean here where it says the number of staff and the amount of course release funding is contingent on the town override vote this spring? If the course release is funded by the Innovation Fund, then what does the override have to do?
The +1, because one of them next year, their work in this program is covered through +1, not through the Innovation Fund.
So are you saying, and this is one of my questions that's ongoing, are you saying then that the currently proposed FY '27 adjustments to +1, that we know that one of them is in this program?
I believe so.
Because we haven't had that itemized.
So I don't know, like, if the adjustment is, but I just know that's how it was being covered in the original as we put out. I
Okay,
don't know
that,
which-
I'm
I
sorry,
don't know
but that
exact-
doesn't answer my question.
I don't know exactly which +1s are being taken
Okay.
away, but I think for the purpose of this, what this group that serves our students at the high school is asking for is they're applying for a grant for
I
funding that's
understand
not
that.
in our budget to cover
I
some of
understand what the grant
things
is for. I read the document.
I
Thank you.
understand that,
What I'm
but-
asking is what it means where it says that the course release funding is contingent on the override. And it sounds like you don't know the answer.
Well, it's not the
That's just
course release,
confusing to me.
it's the +1. And maybe it's written in a confusing way, so I
It
don't know if you're
says
asking them
course
to
release.
change
The
their.
reason that these come to school committee is we can ask questions. It
Right.
sounds like
Okay.
you would like to have a little bit of wording clarified, and
Right.
so we can share that we would like to just make sure the wording is clarified.
Is clear when
Yep.
they
Yep, they have 2 more days to submit. This is due Friday. So certainly that feedback can be.
Okay, and then going back to the looking to secure a position within the long-term operating budget, I just want to sort of, where there's currently course releases and +1s, and that means, that somebody who's contracted for a certain amount of teaching is not doing that academic teaching. And if the thinking is for that to be permanent, I think that's just helpful to know. Because that costs us money. Every course release and +1 costs money.
I think that's.
Can I make a comment? When we have had, and I completely agree with you, Carolyn, and this is something that we've talked about with the Innovation Fund, of the question of having courses that are innovative, because then, like the astrophysics course, you have courses that replace other courses.
Yeah.
Then you have programming changes which have implications.
Yeah.
However, I would argue that the right place to have that conversation is the Innovation Fund grant acceptance, and even earlier than that, to make sure that Robin, and I don't think you even know this, maybe unless someone has told you, there's been a lot of conversations about the Innovation Fund and BEF programming, and making sure that everyone understands the budgetary implications of those. But that is not necessarily relevant to here, but it is relevant to sort of overall your liaisons in your role in OTL, or your staff, sort of how we ensure that the budget is sustainable in the long run, while also being able to do really great things with our educational partners. But that's maybe a conversation. I think that thing comes out in May.
Yep.
And it's probably peak season right now for Innovation Fund discussion, so something for us to.
But I will also say, like, there were questions last year about what gets stipended. Some of the information that we got last year that said, this is what we spent on these stipends, are things that are now reported as being +1. So again, separate from this grant, I've been asking questions, and they're important questions. We are the stewards of the budget, and we need to understand where the money's going, and how are the contracted hours that we're spending 85% of our budget on being utilized. So
And I think we've
separate.
also had that conversation with Robin about stipends and greater clarity, and sort of this being a multi-year effort. We went through a lot of them this year, because I think there's a huge agreement with you on getting clarity. It's just that, like, it takes a little bit of time. But I would argue that the conversation we're having right now does not actually fall within the topic noticed on the agenda, and so we should probably return to the actual grant approval.
Bob?
Yeah, as the person who invented what is, no, as the person who invented what is now called +1, I just want to make it really, really clear what that whole concept is all about, and I'll just go back to the first +1, okay? And I just want to be really clear about it. So Margaret Metzger, English teacher, Gail Davis, math teacher, came to me and said, we think with a lot of retirements happening, we need to have an orientation program. And no, I just want to explain what +1. So that quickly, come on, Mariah. No, so Margaret and Gail got one release. So Margaret taught 3 classes plus she did the teachers mentoring teachers. Gail, who taught 5 classes, taught 4 classes and did teachers mentoring teachers. That was it. That was the concept of someone gets a different kind of assignment that is a substantial assignment, and they get a release from a class. That's, I think there's confusion about, +1, but that's the bottom line, and that's the basic understanding.
Donna, and then we're going to vote.
Great. So I just want to make sure, so that I can vote, I want to make sure I understood your answer. So none of the programming here is related to anything that was said earlier in the grant request around the +1s and has no implications for any decision-making on +1s?
No, not for
Got
this
it.
grant.
Okay.
This
Thank
is,
you.
This is about supplies and things for kids.
Thank you. That's helpful to understand.
Okay, Jesse, how do you vote?
Yes, and I also wanted to second what Mariah and you said about this is all activities-based, and we'll get more clarity around the staffing. Thank you. Yes.
Yep. Donna?
Is this a vote?
Yes.
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Carolyn?
Yes.
Bob?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. In the 6 days that have passed, are there any burning? Okay, Mariah is burning.
I burned to tell you about the advisory committee yesterday.
Oh.
And
It was exciting.
for those of you who might not have seen my email I forwarded to you last night, advisory voted 12 to 6 to 9.
Yes.
That was from memory. So 12 to 6 to 9 in favor of a reserve fund transfer to fund Clifton Larson Allen CLA to come back and do a review of the progress since their initial report last May. And this was a request from ERSC to Chaz, who took it to the select board, who supported it and submitted it. So it's not a school committee action per se, but it's certainly school committee relevant. And based on the conversation yesterday, it's, my understanding that this will be happening in the very near future, ideally to conclude before the end of the month, so that the select board has this information to be able to make their final decisions around any potential override.
Thank you. Any other liaison reports? Okay. New business, I think
Yes,
Jesse has new
yes.
business. Yep, I have your slide.
I
Jesse.
did have, no, I had liaison report before that
Oh,
goes.
okay.
I just couldn't hit the audio unmute before you jumped. So, yeah, so on liaisons, we had a very successful CPAC meeting this past Friday, coming on the heels of last Thursday night's very late school committee meeting. Karen and one of her school representatives gave a very comprehensive report to the parents. There are probably 30 parents on Zoom, but anyway, on literacy initiatives, especially as they relate to students with disabilities. There was a lot of information back and forth. And then I had an opportunity to present what we had learned then last Thursday night about the budget. And one of the key questions that came up was the SPED services for materials fee students. And just so people know, there is a pretty comprehensive document that was put together and voted by the ERNSC school subcommittee a week or two ago and updated for yesterday on this topic. So if people need to find it, you can look for the 3326 ERSC report on unreimbursed special ed costs for non-resident students. And it brings up a lot of very interesting points. There's statistics tables. And so it was a very collaborative kind of discussion. And I think the parents had a better feeling after the meeting about the efforts that Karen and her team are putting in to understand this critical materials fee issue for special ed services. And so it was a very, it was a good meeting and a good back and forth.
Thank you. Any new business?
Yeah, I have new business as well, Val. I sent one slide to Betsy this afternoon.
Yep.
Happy to talk through.
Just, can you list the items?
Yes, I can.
Great.
And they're not for discussion, really just more of a headline for possibly new business. One is on the cell phone policy, one is on attendance reports, and one is on next year's category holiday calendar. But that's not the one. This is the rest of the other one, yeah. There you go. So this is not put out there to generate a long discussion or anything, but I just sort of heads up to people. So we've been, Dr. Stephen Ehrenberg and I worked very hard last year on policy to come up with a cell phone policy, which would have been bell for bell for K to 12. In the end, there was a compromise made to do that at the K to 8 level with varying kinds of enforcement as we looked at this year, which is okay. It takes time. And on the high school level, we decided that passing time, lunchtime would be something we would allow, at least until we revisited it. It hasn't been revisited yet. Meanwhile, the state bill in the Senate bill for banning bell-to-bell K to 12 did pass in July of 2025, and it has been stalled on the House. And Tommy Vitolo tells me, it could be there for a while. Meanwhile, of the 350 districts in Massachusetts, I think 80 have already gone bell-to-bell for very straightforward reasons. Things like maximizing academic focus, improving mental health, and fostering real, genuine social interaction for our kids. So I've been working with Bella to try to find out, under all the pressures of everything else we're doing, of course, how the high school might be able to implement this for the next coming year, 26, 27. It has stalled a little bit, so I'm bringing it up here as new business so it gets reinvigorated a little bit, gets a protein shake, and we can have some conversation about potentially, I think, doing the right thing, which is to, again, enforcement's a different issue, but to make a statement about how this social emotional learning and bullying and all kinds of other things for our students in 9 to 12 would be improved if we were to take the step that about 50 or 60 other districts have already begun to take. That's the first one. The second one is, in light of our discussion last week as well about WISP and data, I've been in contact with Jen about it. We're talking and a lot of good stuff going on. It got me thinking about the fact that attendance is something else that's come up. My colleagues on the school committee have brought up at various times questions about how is attendance before vacations, how are attendance because of before PD days, whatever. There are all kinds, walkouts for ICE, all kinds of things that are going on. Special programs like Doors last year where there was a doubling the attendance for the kids missing for one day. So right now I feel it's like it'd have to be a full school committee discussion because there's no subcommittee that really deals with this kind of data kinds of things. But my proposal in new business for us to docket at another time would be a monthly report to the school committee, just like Susan Givens is giving an OAF quarterly financial report. These data are collected from the principals. They're fed into a computer, a panorama or something every day. And if possible, available to us, similar to the warrant AP expense detail report that Mariah now and I put into the consent agenda every single week after we do it. And, breakouts by grade, school, day, subtotals. This would provide a lot more transparency to the school committee and to the public. And it's available. It's not like someone has to go writing it up by hand. It's all in computers already. And the last one was, I want to get ahead, as I did last year with Kathleen and Linus, to get the 27-28 category 1, 2, 3 holiday calendar done in advance so that people can begin, parents, their scheduling for next year. Again, we don't really have a calendar subcommittee. And it's not really communication so much. It's actually setting the policy for all our days, making sure they're correct, and that we've got the the Catholic, the Jewish, and the Islam holidays nailed down exactly when they start, which days. It took us a lot of rotation cycles last year to get it straight, and the result was a lot of happy parents that we had everything exactly correct. So my request is, I've already made a request to the superintendent's office to collaborate on doing that, and I put the PDF down there if someone wants to look at what we were able to accomplish for this year. So how to get that done is high priority for me because I think it's going to be, you know, it's March now, we're going to turn around in April, and then we're like, it's going to go fast. So people need this information earlier, and I hope that in collaboration with Bella's office and Kathleen, we can make this happen quickly.
Thank you, Jesse.
you.
Any other new business? Seeing none, we are not going to go into executive session tonight, so we are adjourned. Have a good evening, everybody, and we will see you on the 19th.
Good job.